I can't do this his way.
Oh, then he'll go ahead without you, him and the others.
Yeah, looks that way.
They'll be fighting and shooting. Men'll be killed. Men with wives and families. Mr. Paladin, please.
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Wellman. Are you asking me to kill Jeff?
I'm asking you to measure one life against many.
What are you doing back here again, Paladin? If you're working for Wellman, sooner or later we'll shoot it out.
You've killed 3 men already, Jeff. Do you have a taste for it now?
You think I want to stand out there watching someone come at me like Casey this morning and know I had to kill him?
Did you have to?
He'd have killed me.
That's your excuse this time. What'll it be next?
He asked for it over nothing.
Jeff, when you set yourself up as the fastest gun, there'll be men making you prove it until the day you can't.
Paladin, haven't we had enough talk?
This time you listen, Calvert. Wellman's getting the other ranchers together. They're going to drive their way through to the lake.
They're going to try, you mean?
The herds are going through tomorrow afternoon.
I don't think so.
I'll see to it myself.
I wouldn't if I were you.
If you have any objections, I'll be in town all morning. We can settle everything right there.
We'll be glad to oblige.
You or Jeff?
Me.
Oh, it's getting easier all the time, isn't it, Jeff? You must be proud of yourself, Calvert. You've turned your son into a killer, and he's going to enjoy the same kind of life you have, if he lives long enough. Back in town, word had got around that Jeff Calvert was riding in to meet me. I waited in the saloon while men spoke in whispers and marked time. Wellman was there, too. You might as well fill mine up again, Barney.
I want to tell you, Paladin, I'm sorry about the way I talked yesterday.
Wellman, it's late to clear a guilty conscience. If you'd used that word sorry when Calvert's wife died, this wouldn't be necessary.
I know that. I did some thinking last night.
Mr. Paladin, the Calverts just rode into town.
All right. That squares us, Barney. Well, I hope the show is worth the price.
Hello, Paladin.
All right, Jeff. Anytime you're ready. It won't be self-defense this time, Jeff. You'll have to draw first.
No. No, Paladin, over here.
What?
Me. You're pretty good, Paladin.
Decided to play your own hand after all, huh, Calvert?
Dad, are you all right?
Sure. You were wrong, Paladin. I didn't turn my boy into a killer.
Let's get him to the doctor, Jeff. Unless we're not finished.
We're finished. I got nothing to prove. I'd like to help. After he sees the doctor, I could drive him on home. Calvert, well, maybe we can talk, huh?
A little late for that, Wellman.
Calvert, when you came here, you expected people to forget the past. Well, suppose you try it. Let it end.
You're right. Wellman, I'd be much obliged to talk.
Hello, hey boy.
Oh, Mr. Paladin. Oh, too bad.
What? What's too bad?
You come back, you find San Francisco cold, rainy, fog creeping around everywhere. Oh, miserable.
Oh, what are you talking about, hey boy? This is what I've dreamed of for many a long, hot, dusty mile.
Oh, then very good. Hey, you lucky time, Mr. Paladin. Something I can do for you?
There sure is, hey, boy. Nice, big pitcher of ice water.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonnell and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Albert Alley and adapted for radio by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Virginia Christine, Vic Perrin, Harry Cook, and Harry Bartell. Hugh Douglas speaking. Join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel.
In a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the six-shooter, just one of many fine programs brought to you each week on NBC. Tomorrow night, there's top comedy entertainment with The Bob Hope Show, The Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show, and Can You Top This with Senator Ford. Bob Hope delivers rapid-fire comedy routines, while Phil Harris and Alice Faye bring both mirth and music. It's a great Friday night lineup of comedy programs, all of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl. Its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. The NBC Radio Network presents James Stewart as the six-shooter, a transcribed series of radio dramas based on the life of Britt Ponset, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends.
Attended a Tuesday evening choir practice in quite a spell, but when Reverend Broom stopped by the Tropical Ranch where I was working and asked me if I could manage to take part in this week's rehearsal, well, I sure couldn't see how to do any harm, so ringing in the keys, we shall come rejoicing, ringing in the keys. Anyhow, there we are. About 10 of us all gathered around John Farley's General Store, it was. You see, the town of Easter Creek didn't have a regular church building yet. They held their services and social affairs in the mercantile while they went ahead trying to raise money to put up a community church. It was during the second verse of Bringing in the Sheaves that things started sounding a little peculiar. Sort of like the voices and the music were sort of traveling different trails. At first I thought it was me. I never have been exactly what you'd call melodies, but then the other folks were beginning to have their troubles too. Holy smokes, it just was getting terrible. And finally, Mrs. Peebles, she was the organist, she just threw up her hands and stopped even trying to play.
I can't go on, Reverend Broom. I simply can't.
No, Elvira.
Goodness knows I've tried. I've done my best. But this organ just won't play anymore.
Well, we'll have Mr. Farley take another look at it, Elvira. I'm sure you'll be able to get it back into shape.
There's nothing Mr. Farley can do. Or anybody else. It's plain wore out. You can't expect a thing to last forever.
Well, no, of course
Seems
not.
to me that after all this time, something could have been done about buying a new organ. When I donated this one to the congregation, I didn't suppose I'd have to go on playing it all the rest of my life. But apparently that's what's expected of me.
No, there's no need to upset yourself, Elvira.
Well, I can't help being upset. I say I can't help it. How do you think I feel every Sunday? All those sour notes, and that wheezing and whining. Folks are beginning to think that it's me, that it's my playing. Well, I've been humiliated for the last time, and I won't go through it again.
No, but Elvira, we gotta have music for Easter service.
Music? Well, you certainly don't call that music, do you? Good night, Reverend Broom.
All right, everybody. Give me your attention, please. Attention, folks. Quiet down now, please. Quiet down. It appears that matters have come to a serious crisis. It's bad enough for a town by the name of Easter Creek not to have a proper building for Easter services. But to be without an organ and an organist, well, it's a disgrace, a positive disgrace. Now, we mustn't blame Miss Peebles. That instrument has seen its best days, there's no doubt about it. So I propose that we take immediate steps to purchase a replacement.
Just one thing, Reverend Broom.
Yes, Sheriff.
Where's the money coming from?
Well, now I've given that matter serious thought, Sheriff Appleton, and there seems to be only one possible solution to the problem. We'll just have to borrow from the building fund.
That's sort of like robbing Peter to pay Paul, isn't it?
No, not exactly. Seeing as how we haven't reached our $1,000 goal anyway, well, the money's just sort of lying there.
No, I don't know about that.
Just how much do you figure a new organ will cost, Reverend Brew?
Well, I've done some investigating in the field, Mrs. Appleton. Last month, when Elvira's foot went through the pump pedal, it seemed like the situation was coming to head. The church over to Whitefield purchased a new organ just last Christmas, and they're willing to sell us their old one. It's used, of course, but it's still in excellent repair. And they're only asking $95.
Oh, no. I'm afraid that's a bit more than we can afford, Reverend.
We must have at least $95 in the building fund. We've been putting money aside for the last year.
No, we ain't. We got $42.50. That's the total. Up to and including $3.65 from the cake bazaar a month ago.
$42.50?
Yep.
I just had no idea.
We're shy over $50 from what it would take to buy the organ. And there just isn't any way we could raise it. Not between now and Easter.
Now. We mustn't give up. After all, we only need the $50.
$52.50.
Yes, exactly. Let's see. There was just someone who could take a firm grip of the situation. A man who... Mr. Ponset.
Yes, Reverend.
Mr. Ponset, I know you aren't a regular member of our congregation, and you've only been in our midst a few months. But...
Well, I sure be glad to donate what I can to the cause, Reverend, but I'm afraid it'd only be a drop in the bucket.
Oh, a donation wasn't exactly what I had in mind.
Oh?
I think perhaps you can be of more service in another fashion. Ladies and gentlemen, I propose that we appoint Britt Ponsett, a committee of one to take charge of the organ raising.
Now, hold on a minute here, Reverend Broom.
We all know that you're a man of strength and determination, Mr. Ponsett, that you inspire confidence, and we trust generosity.
Well, now, I'd sure like to oblige you folks, but what you're asking is just out of the question, that's all.
You wouldn't turn us down in our hour of need.
No, I'm not turning you down exactly. What I mean is, it just couldn't be done. Why, you've been a whole year raising $42.50, and now you're talking about raising over $50 in just a few days.
Well, we've been going at it the wrong way, Mr. Ponsett.
What?
I'm sure your approach will be 100% more effective.
My approach?
Why, certainly. And just to show you how easy it'll be, we'll start things off by taking up a collection right now. Sheriff Appleton, will you pass the hat?
But,
all right, everybody. Dig down deep. It's a wonderful thing Mr. Ponsett's doing in taking over this fundraising campaign.
But I never said a word.
And here's our chance to let him know how
Reverend.
much we appreciate it.
Reverend. Well, the sheriff finished passing the hat and poured it out on the table, and Reverend Broom counted it, $2.50. And yet the Reverend was real pleased, too. He said that meant that I only had $50 to go. His nice round number. Well, not that I had any intention of taking this job of raising the money to get the new organ, you understand. I told the Reverend I couldn't do it. I told him just as plain as day that I couldn't do it, but somehow he got the idea that I had already agreed to do it. And no matter how hard I talked, he just kept, and the other folks, they were as bad as Reverend Broom. I was just outnumbered. That's all there was to it. So, early the next morning, I took my hat in my hand and started out. Must have been getting around noon when I finally came back to the sheriff's office.
Oh, come in, Bet. Come in.
Morning, Abner.
Oh, how's everything going? You been out collecting?
Yeah, I've been collecting.
Well,
$11. That's what I got so far.
$11, huh? That's remarkable, Bet. Simply remarkable.
But the trouble is I've already asked everybody in town.
Uh-huh.
Except you, that is.
Oh, well, I suppose I could give you $1, but don't forget I was in on the collection at choir practice. You ain't serious, Britt. You don't mean you really ask everybody else?
As a matter of fact, there is one area I sort of skipped over.
Oh?
Well, those cabins over east of the creek and the ranches out that way. I haven't visited them yet.
Well, you'd just be wasting your time if you did.
I would.
Yeah, those folks wouldn't be very anxious to help out at church. Mess of thieves, cattle rustlers, every other kind of riffraff.
Oh, is that what they are?
Oh, well, now, that's just the general census of opinion. Of course, if I could know for certain that we had any actual outlaws living around Easter Creek, if I was positive, that is, well, it'd be my duty to arrest them.
I see.
But the fact is, they ain't caused any trouble here in town, none of them. I can't go around arresting people on rumors. Well, can I, Britt?
Yeah. I understand Red Eye Kirk has a place somewhere east of town. Is that right?
That's hearsay, Britt. Pure and simple hearsay.
Oh, I see.
Why, you don't think I'd let a notorious gunfighter like Red Eye live right here under my nose, do you?
Well, it's too bad he's not in these parts.
Oh?
No, I was thinking I might like to pay him a little visit.
Well, what on earth for?
Well, as long as he's not in the neighborhood, I guess it doesn't matter. Kind of a shame, though.
Oh, well, now, if you're really anxious to... what I mean is... But they do say there's a fellow who somewhat resembles Red Eye. He's got himself a cabin just this side of Deer Mountain.
Just this side of Deer Mountain, huh?
Now, wait a minute, Brett. Wait a minute. What in Sunday do you want to get mixed up with Red Eye Kirk for? What's he got to do with raising money for a new organ?
Well, probably won't have anything to do with it, but it's just that I don't want to leave any stones unturned, you see. So long, Abner. It was about a half-hour's ride out to the cabin Sheriff Appleton told me about. Not much of a cabin, though. Just a shack at the foot of Deer Mountain with a corral off one side. There sure were a lot of different brands on the horses in that corral. Well, I pulled up in the yard about 15 feet from the cabin door. Whoa. For a minute, it didn't seem like there was anybody at home. And then I heard the door start to creak open. The barrel of a .45 poked into sight. The man behind it was tall, square-shouldered, and thick black beard, and kind of reddish eyes. Howdy.
What do you want, mister?
I'm looking for Red-Eye Kirk.
Ain't nobody here by that name.
Uh-huh. Well, maybe you'll do, then.
What?
My name's Ponsett, Britt Ponsett.
Ponsett?
Now, hold on. I'll just take it easy with that gun.
Get him up. Get him up high.
Oh, sure. How's this?
You alone?
Yep, I'm alone.
You must be plumb crazy thinking you can take me single-handed.
No, I'm not interested in taking you, Red-Eye.
I told you that ain't who I am.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yes, you did. Yes, that's right. You mind if I get off my horse?
Well, just don't try nothing, that's all. And don't move toward your holster.
Don't worry.
That's close enough.
Sure.
Now, what are you doing out here, anyway?
Well, the fact is, you see, Mr. What'd you say your name was?
Jones. Bill Jones.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Jones, I've been given the job of raising some money.
What?
Now, don't get me wrong. It wasn't my idea, but since it was for such a good cause, I just couldn't turn the folks down.
Good cause?
A new church organ. That's what I'm collecting for.
What?
Now, you see, the one that Reverend Broom's congregation has been using, it sort of gave up the ghost last night, and what with Easter coming on,
Are you joshing me, mister?
No, of course I'm not.
You mean you're out here trying to raise money so you can buy a church organ?
That's right.
Go on. Get moving before I take a shot at you.
You won't give me a hand, huh?
I wouldn't give you 5 cents for every church organ west of Mississippi River.
Now, it wasn't your money I wanted.
What?
No, it wasn't that at all.
What the devil did you come around bothering me for?
Well, I was thinking that you're a pretty influential man with some of the folks hereabouts.
They've told the mark if I tell them to. You can bet on that.
Yeah, well, that's just the impression I got.
So what?
Well, it seemed to me that if I was to go moseying around these parts alone, some of your friends might not look too kindly on the idea of giving me donations.
They sure wouldn't.
But on the other hand, if we were to approach them together as a kind of a team, you might say.
A team?
That's the general idea, yeah.
You want me to go along with you?
I sure would appreciate it if you would.
And help you raise money for a church organ?
That's right.
Well, I'll be. Me taking up a Sunday school collection. Well, that's the doggonedest notion anybody ever had. What do the boys think, huh? Jack Denton, Wisconsin Billy. Why, it'd be almost worth it just to see their faces. You sure got a sense of humor, Ponson. And you know something, this here crazy scheme of yours, I'm going to take you up on it.
You know something, Mr. Jones?
What?
You know something? I kind of thought you would.
You are listening to The Six Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett, the Texas plainsman whose name has become a legend throughout the great Southwest. And now Act Two of the story called Crisis at Easter Creek.
Well, the first place we came to was a farmhouse about a quarter of a mile south of Red Eye's cabin. At least it had been a farmhouse once. There sure wasn't any crops growing in the vicinity now. The porch sagged off at a slant, and the windows were stuffed full of papers and rags. Even the front door looked like it was about to slide off its hinges. The place really looked deserted, but Red Eye gave me the nod, and we pulled up and dismounted. Old Red Eye, he had a great big grin as white as a full moon spread all over his face. Been there ever since we started off.
Hey, Denton! Get out here, Denton! It's me, Red Eye. Well, I guess you knowed who I was anyway, didn't you?
Well, I had a pretty good idea.
Howdy, Red Eye. What can I do for you?
Denton, this here's Britt Ponson.
Ponson?
Howdy, Denton.
Now, don't you worry, Red Eye. Even if he did get the draw on you, he ain't turning you over to no sheriff.
Oh, put your gun away, Denton.
Huh?
Use your eyes. Ponson ain't covered me, is he?
Then what are you doing riding along with him?
Oh, we got us a little project. You explain it to him, Ponson.
Well, the fact is we're collecting money to buy a new organ for Reverend Broom.
What?
That's right, Jack.
Oh. Sounds to me like you said money for a new organ. I must be getting loco.
I sure ain't going to argue that with you, Denton. Well, come on. Come on, fork over.
You mean you're serious, Red Eye?
Of course I'm serious.
Then he must be holding a gun on you.
I ain't got all day, Denton. How much we need, Britt?
Well, let's see. 12 from 50, $38.
Well, you heard him. Denton?
Sure, Red Eye, sure. Now, just let me look in my purse here. Oh, yeah, two $20 gold pieces. How's that?
Well, I didn't mean that you had to contribute the whole thing.
Just keep the change. Just keep the change.
Oh, well, thanks a lot.
My pleasure entirely. Well, was there anything else, Red Eye?
No, I guess that'll do it for now. Let's go, Ponson.
Yeah, sure. Easy, boy.
I'm glad you boys stopped by. Anytime I can, well, you know where to find me.
We'll stop at Mike Morgan's place next. That's just down the road.
Well, that's mighty considerate of you, Red Eye, but we don't need to make another stop.
What? Well, what are you talking about?
Well, $38, that's all we needed, you see.
Oh.
See, the organ's all paid for now.
Well, there must be something else the Reverend needs money for, ain't it?
Oh, I suppose.
Doggone it, Ponson. I'm enjoying myself. Besides, it wouldn't be fair to the rest of the boys if Denton was the only one who got a chance to do a little contributing to charity. Least we can do is stop at Mike Morgan's, since how we're so close.
I said, well, whatever you say. Whatever you say, Red Eye. Well, we made about 8 more stops before evening, and I must say that all of Red Eye's friends are mighty generous. I even had to turn down the offer of a couple of cows for the cause, seeing as how there was some doubt as to the legal owner of the stock in question. But the gold and the silver and the paper money, well, there wasn't any way of telling how that was come by. At least, wasn't any way I could think of. So by sundown, I was carrying quite a load of cash. And we were riding away from Slick Wilson's place when Red Eye gave a little sigh and looked at me sort of disappointed.
Well, guess I better head back home now.
Sure, Red Eye, sure. What's the matter?
I was just thinking about how Mike Morgan tripped over his shotgun when I told him what it was we wanted. He nearly blowed himself right over the barn.
Yeah, it's kind of a close call, wasn't it?
Doggone it, I don't see why Wisconsin Billy wasn't at home. Well, he'd have been fit to be tied.
Well, we did all right without him. Easy.
Say, Britt. Oh, why don't you come back tomorrow, huh?
Oh, no.
He'll probably be around there.
Oh, no, thanks, Red Eye. I got a whole lot more than I ever expected. And I sure do appreciate your assistance.
Oh, pleasure's all mine. Well, good luck.
Same to you, Red Eye. It was about an hour's ride back to town. but before I'd gone more than halfway, I got the feeling there was somebody following me. I sure didn't like it either. Not with all this money I had in the saddlebags. So I gave Scar a little touch of the spur. Come on, boy. Come on, let's go. When I heard the other horse pounding up the trail after me, I said, let's go, boy. Come on, let's go. His first shot was over my head. There wasn't any point in trying to outrun him, Scar being as tired as he was. So I slid out of the saddle and I rolled over behind a rock. He was still coming, so I eased my gun out of the holster and inched up to get a look at him. He was a big fella, holding his revolver loose in his hand like he didn't figure on using it. Well, I didn't figure on letting him rob me either. I waited until he was about even with the rock where I was hiding. Then I stood up.
Drop it! Drop it! Okay, take it easy, Ponset.
Why, you know who I am, huh?
Red Eye told me you was heading this way. I've been trying to catch up with you for the last 15 minutes.
You mean Red Eye sent you after me?
I'll say he did.
Well, I'll be darned. I thought I had him figured different. Now, I suppose he told you about the money, too.
Sure, here's mine. My share, catch.
What? Your share?
For the church organ. Name's Wisconsin Billy. I was out when you come by to collect this afternoon.
Oh!
Then I wanted to make certain you got my donation.
Oh, I see.
Now, do you mind handing me my gun?
You got it? No, not a bit. Here you are.
Thanks. Well, so long, Ponset.
Yes, so long there.
I simply can't believe it, Mr. Ponset. There must be over $1,000 here.
Just about, Reverend, just about.
Enough for the organ, enough to build a church, too.
Yeah? Well...
Mr. Ponset.
Yeah?
Now, you mustn't think me ungrateful, but I'm afraid we can't accept this money.
What?
Well, you see, Sheriff Appleton told me where you got it.
He did, huh?
Now, mind you, I don't have any objections myself. I think when help is offered, it should be accepted, irregardless of the source. But some of my people, they aren't quite so broad-minded. And the idea of permitting Red Eye Kirk and those other outlaws to donate to our fund, well...
Now, just hold on a minute, Reverend Bro. Now, just hold on. Now, when I was talking to Sheriff Appleton earlier today, he claimed that there weren't any outlaws in the vicinity of Easter Creek.
Well, we don't like to admit that our town is a haven.
Why, the sheriff said that if there were any bandits around here, it was his duty to arrest them. Of course, that would mean getting a posse together. It would probably mean a lot of shooting and killing.
Well, Mr. Ponset, everybody knows it. I mean, it's common knowledge.
And as for Red Eye Kirk ever having anything to do with that money I raised, well, you could be mistaken, Reverend.
But you were seen riding along. Well, it looked like Red Eye.
Didn't Sheriff Appleton ever tell you about the fellow that lives out near Deer Mountain who's supposed to be the spitting image of Red Eye Kirk? Didn't he ever tell you about that?
Now, Mr. Ponset.
No, even if some of those fellows on the other side of the creek are sort of outside the law. Now, I'm not saying they are, mind you, but even so, accusing them of being criminals, it might stir up a whole lot of trouble.
That's true, of course.
And besides, Sheriff Appleton says they're law-abiding citizens, and he's your duly elected sheriff. He sure ought to know. Well, night, Reverend. I'll see you in church. Well, I guess there was a little argument about whether or not to accept the money, but Sheriff Appleton finally convinced folks that they didn't have any right to turn it down. So by the following Sunday, Easter, the congregation had a new organ. And the service was real well attended, too. Now, some of the folks didn't look like regular churchgoers. But Red Eye, Mr. Jones, he explained to me afterwards that he and his friends just wanted to make sure their contributions had been put to a good use. I don't know if they've been back since, but you never can tell, you know. Reverend Broom preached a real fine sermon that morning.
Six-Shooter is a transcribed NBC radio network production in association with Review Productions. It is based on a character created by Frank Burt and is written by him. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture The Glenn Miller Story. Others in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Marvin Miller, Ted DeCorsia, Robert Griffin, and Red Eye Curtin. Special music for this program was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. By the way, you'll be interested in knowing that the Six-Shooter has been chosen for broadcast to our men overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Services. This is John Wall speaking. Play Truth or Consequences with Ralph Edwards on the NBC Radio Network.
Here's adventure. Here's romance. Here's the famous Robin Hood of the Old West.
Cisco, the sheriff, he is getting closer.
This way, Pancho. Vámonos. The Cisco Kid. The Cisco Kid in our exciting story, The Duel. Although the history of the bad men of the Old West gives us little mention of Armand Dufort, alias the Duke, he was nevertheless one of the most cold-blooded criminals ever to plot a robbery and killing. For the Duke loved to frame innocent men, as witness a clipping from a leading southwestern newspaper of the 1870s. Quote, George Wayne will receive sentence today for the murder of bank guard Joseph Hale. Hale was shot and killed when he surprised Wayne and presumably a Confederate who was still at large with $20,000 worth of bonds in the act of robbing the National Bank.
The prisoner will rise and face the bar.
George Wayne, it's the judgment of this court that 1 month from today you'll be hanged by the neck until dead. And may God have mercy on your soul.
No, I'm innocent, Judge. I told the truth.
Remove the prisoner.
I'm innocent, I tell you. I never killed anybody. I never robbed that bank.
Pancho, I'd like this, Cisco. We get out of here, no?
See, Pancho, we'll leave now. Come. You know, Pancho, I'm convinced that Senor Wayne is innocent. I have known Senor Wayne for years, and he would not harm anyone.
And who killed the bank guard, Cisco?
I do not know, Pancho. But if it is humanly possible, I'm going to find out who stole those bonds and killed the guard before Senor Wayne has to pay the penalty for something he did not do.
Running a general store on a little dump of a frontier town. The It's not my idea of sport, Sam.
I figure it's made us a good hideout, Duke. Anyway, you've stood it for most of the month. Guess you can stand it a couple of days more. Wayne swings day after tomorrow.
Yes. And then we'll get back to the city again.
At least you ain't tried to stage any holdups here in Mesa Flats, Duke. I've been afraid you might.
Those 2 jobs we did on the way out kept me satisfied, I guess. In each case, Sam, we framed somebody. That's the way to work these jobs. Always fix it so somebody else takes the blame. I enjoy that, monsieur. I did like it.
Now, see here. You ain't got to hand me that phony French stuff you're always pulling on other people.
Phony? Hardly that. After all, I did receive much of my education in France. Also, I first became interested in, shall we say, easier ways of making a living in France.
You're a pretty cool customer, Duke, but I gotta hand it to you. You're smart.
Merci, monsieur.
Figure things out ahead of time.
That's what education does, for one. But you wouldn't understand that, Sammy, any more than you understand the reason why I short-weight the oafs who pay for their purchases in the store with gold dust. It isn't for the extra profit. It's purely because I gloat in their stupidity.
Yeah, they ain't all as stupid as you think, Duke. Take that Austin kid who comes in here with his sister. He's been giving you some funny looks lately.
Yes, so I've noticed. I'm beginning not to like those looks.
Here they come now.
Oh, don't make any sure, Joe. You might be wrong.
No, I ain't wrong. Look, Duke, I want to talk to you.
You are talking with me, monsieur?
Please, Joe.
Duke, I've been checking up on my gold dust lately. I figure you've overcharged me most $100 for things I bought.
And that is a grave charge, monsieur.
I want that money back.
Is it that you accuse me of dishonesty?
I said I want that money back.
Oh, Joe, at least give him a chance to explain.
There is nothing to explain, mademoiselle. It is an insult, and I demand my satisfaction. From beneath this counter, I draw my choice of weapons. You will either withdraw your insult, monsieur, or we will fight a duel at dawn, as do my countrymen.
Now, look, if you want to fight this out, my 2 fists are good enough for me.
You're afraid?
No, I ain't afraid.
Sure
I
ain't afraid, Duke. Shall I throw him out of this store?
You better not try it.
Come on, Joe. I don't like this.
You will accept my challenge?
I tell you, he's scared, Duke. He's turning green.
Oh, I am, huh? All right, I'll show you. Sure, I'll accept your challenge.
Excellent. Behind your house at dawn, monsieur.
No, this is just plain crazy. Joe never even had a sword in his hand before.
Let me correct you, mademoiselle. These are rapiers, not swords. I'll be most happy to let your brother take these with him so that he may practice.
Oh, but that won't do any good.
Go ahead, kid. Hide behind her skirt.
Sure, I'll take him along. And I'll be waiting for you tomorrow morning, Duke. Come on, Louis.
But, Joe, this is crazy. You'll be killed.
It's been some time since I killed a man with a rapier, Sammy. I'm really looking forward to this.
But, Cisco, Panch not know how we find an hombre we not ever see. We hunt a long time, Cisco.
See, time is getting short, Pancho. I admit it is a slim chance. But at least we have the description Senora Wayne gave us.
What's the prescription, Cisco?
Remember what she said, amigo?
No.
She said that late in the afternoon of that day when the bank was robbed and the guard murdered, she saw Senor Wayne talking with an hombre in front of their house.
Oh, Pancho remember now. The senora say he a big hombre.
Hey, a tall one with very white teeth who looked like a foreigner.
And the senora say Senor Wayne go with the big hombre.
But I have a feeling that hombre made Senor Wayne go with him in order to place the blame for the crime on Senor Wayne.
They not let us talk to the senor in the prison.
Yeah, that is right. They would not, Pancho.
So now Cisco and Pancho right little town of Mesa Flats. How Cisco know the hombre in this part of the country?
I'm not sure, Pancho, but most criminals work according to a pattern.
Yeah, a pattern, huh?
That bank robbery and murder happened at midnight.
Midnight, huh?
Senor Wayne was used by the criminal to get the blame.
To get the blame, huh?
Very well.
Uh-huh.
Since then, 2 robberies have occurred in this part of the country.
Two.
Committed exactly the same way. They happened at midnight. And in each case, the hombre who was caught protested his innocence just the way Senor Wayne did.
Those hombres innocent too, Cisco?
I do not know, Pancho, but the pattern is the same.
Same pattern.
Which makes me think the criminal we are after is in this part of the country. So, Santo, what is that?
What, Cisco?
That field just ahead of us, Pancho.
Huh?
It's a duel between a young senor and a senorita.
He tried to kill a senorita.
Come on. First time I ever saw anything like that. Madre mia, they look as if they mean it, too. Whatever. Ho. That'll be enough of that, senor.
That'll be enough of that, senor.
Huh? What do you mean? Enough of what?
Shame on you, senor. Fight the senorita with his sword.
Wait, Pancho, wait. Now that we are closer, they do not appear to be angry.
Hey, what are you talking about?
They thought we were really fighting, Joe.
Oh. Yeah, I must admit that we did, senorita. From a distance, it looked very real.
Oh, no. We're just practicing. I'm trying to help my brother.
Yeah, I got to fight a duel tomorrow morning at daylight. I'm trying to learn to handle this here sword.
You say you must fight a duel?
Yeah, that's right, with the Duke. He runs the general store here. I guess he's a Frenchman. But who are you two men?
I'm known as the Cisco Kid, and this is mi compañero Pancho.
You're the Cisco Kid, honest?
See?
Cisco not nobody but Cisco.
Well, shake, Cisco. Why, sure have always wanted to meet you.
Gracias, senor.
This is my sister, Millie Austin.
A pleasure, senorita.
A pleasure, senorita.
I'm glad to meet both of you.
Gracias. Gracias. But I do not understand that duel business, senor.
Oh, it's got me terribly worried, Cisco. Joe thinks this man called Duke, who runs the store, has short-weighted his gold dust lately, and he told him about it.
Yeah, and the hombre pulled out these two swords and challenged me. Oh, what could I do?
You have never fenced before?
Nope, never.
May I see those rapiers?
Yeah, sure.
Here's mine, too. Oh, I'm glad to get rid of it.
They're very good ones, too.
Hey, you handle that as if you'd used one, Cisco.
Hey, I have, senor, several times. Tell me more about this storekeeper, senor. Then Pancho and I will go to see him. He interests me a great deal.
Say, Duke. Well? How are we going to cash these bombs in?
We'll cash them in when the time comes, Sam.
$20,000 is a nice chunk of cash.
Put them out of sight. Here comes somebody.
A couple of strangers, Duke. I ain't seen them before since we've been here. Hey, I think one of them's the Cisco Kid.
Cisco? How interesting. They say he's pretty much of a man.
He's more than that. He's dynamite. He was at Wayne's trial, too, Duke. I read about him being there. I understand he's a friend of Wayne's.
In that event, we'll be watchful. Can I serve you, monsieur?
I would like to buy a box of cartridges, 44s. You take gold dust in payment?
Maybe. Your cartridges, monsieur. Will there be anything else?
No, that is all. Here's my bag of dust. You may weigh out the price of the cartridges.
Merci. 1 pinch more? No. That is correct, monsieur.
Un momento. I would like to weigh this box of cartridges in those scales.
What's the idea?
Cisco say he like to weigh the cartridges, he like to weigh the cartridges.
Of course.
I'm a bit curious, that is all.
You weigh right, Cisco?
No, they do not. These scales of yours are not correct, senor.
Hey, look, you.
Look, you. No need for you to talk.
I say the scales are correct, monsieur.
No, they are not.
It's a grave insult, and I slap your face.
I return the slap, senor, with interest.
It's a good slap, Cisco. Knock the hombre clean into the flour barrel.
Maybe you could knock me into the flour barrel, too.
And Pancho stick out his foot. Oh, excuse, senor. You trip over Pancho's foot.
Why, that'll do, Sam. Monsieur, it is my choice of weapons. Tomorrow at dawn, I'm fighting a duel. I will fight you with rapiers after I dispose of my first victim.
You will what?
I will fight you after I dispose of my first victim.
You say you are insulted, but I am the one who is insulted. You will fight me first, hombre. You understand? I yield such an honor to no one.
Very well, very well. Makes no difference, monsieur. I shall be most happy to accommodate you first.
Where is the dueling ground?
Come to the doorway. You see that frame house down the street?
See?
The duels will take place in the field behind that house at dawn.
I will be there. At dawn. Come, Pancho.
See, Cisco. Martin, I think Cisco so excited before over who fight first.
I had to pretend to be excited, Pancho, in order that he would allow me the first duel.
Oh.
If the young senor fought that hombre first, there would be no chance for him.
Cisco got a chance, no?
Oh, that remains to be seen, Pancho. I have some experience with the rapiers. Perhaps not enough if that Duke is a good swordsman. But I am looking beyond this duel, amigo. I think we have found our man.
But even though Cisco thinks he has found his man, he has, as yet, no proof. In just a moment, we'll return to the Cisco Kid. Back to the Cisco Kid in our gripping story, The Duel. Believing that his friend George Wayne is innocent of the murder for which he has been sentenced to hang, Cisco and Pancho set out to track down the real criminal. The trail leads to the small frontier town of Mesa Flats, where Cisco finds that the storekeeper, known as the Duke, has challenged young Joe Austin to a duel with rapiers at dawn. Cisco made haste to insult the Duke and, being challenged, insisted on fighting his duel with the Duke first. Now, after leaving the store...
Cisco think he the hombre we want?
See, I do think so, Pancho. He answers the description Senora Wayne gave of him.
No, Sir Pancho think he look like a bad hombre.
We'll see what we can find out from the sheriff. Time is passing, and the execution of Senor Wayne is set for the day after tomorrow. Hold up,
hold. Oh, here's the little senorita, Cisco.
See.
Oh, Cisco, did you go to the store?
See, we did, Senorita. But I trust you will not need to worry any more about your brother fighting that duel.
You mean you got it called off?
No, not exactly that.
Cisco mean he fight the Duke hombre the first duel, senorita. And after that, Pancho think, no more Duke hombre.
Oh, Cisco, you angel.
Gracias, Senorita, but I do not wish to be an angel just yet. Please excuse us. We have many things to do, huh?
Of course. But be sure and come to our house for supper.
Gracias, Senorita, but perhaps...
perhaps nothing, Cisco. Si, Senorita, gracias. We happy to come for supper, no?
We'll expect you.
Not miss a good fish. The supper, Cisco, no.
As you wish, Pancho. I see the sheriff is in. Come on.
Come in. Well, howdy, strangers.
Buenos dias, Sheriff.
Buenos dias, Sheriff.
Sit down, men. Yeah, what can I do for you?
Well, you can answer a few questions for us, if you will, Senor Sheriff. First, we'll make ourselves known to you as the Cisco Kid.
And Pancho.
Oh, Cisco, huh?
Si, Sheriff. I would like some information about your storekeeper here.
The storekeeper here.
Duke?
Si?
Si.
Well, I don't know much about him, Cisco. He's been here about a month. We don't ask many questions in this country if an hombre's on the level, and the Duke appears to be.
Have you had any complaints from anyone about being short-weighted in his store?
You mean short-weighted in gold dust?
Si?
Si.
No, I ain't. Why? What you want to know for?
Perhaps at some later time I can tell you why I am asking.
Oh. Speaking of asking questions, how long you hombres intend to be around here?
Oh, a day or two more, perhaps. We are camped behind the home of Senor and Senorita Austin.
See, behind the home.
Joe and Millie, huh? Well, they're all right.
Meaning that we are not?
I didn't say that, Cisco. But I just as soon you didn't hang around my convy.
We will leave within the time I said, Sheriff. Gracias.
Gracias.
Come, Pancho.
Si, Cisco. Pancho, I think we find out much from him, Cisco.
Not as much as I had hoped. If he had given us a better welcome, I would have told him why we are here. But we did find out one thing, Pancho.
What that, Cisco? What we find out?
We found out that the Duke and his partner have been here for only the past month. I am certain now that the Duke is the hombre we want.
So what we do next, Cisco?
After dark, we must get into that store of his, Pancho. We must try to find those stolen bonds for proof.
Sam.
Ah, what you want, Duke?
You know where Cisco is camped?
I heard somebody say he was camped in back of the Austin's place. Why?
I'm considering ways and means of eliminating Cisco.
That's a good idea, Duke. I tell you, that hombre spotted us.
I'm giving it thought while I adjust these scales. With both Austin and Cisco questioning them, it's time to change.
Yeah.
That'll be safer.
How about framing Cisco? That's what you usually do, Duke. Works out nice, too.
I don't quite see how that can be done in this town. Oh, we're being honored by a visit from the sheriff. Bonjour, monsieur.
Howdy, Duke. Sam?
Howdy, Sheriff.
Just like to test these here scales of yours, if you don't mind.
Not at all, Sheriff. Help yourself.
Figure I know the weight of this gun of mine to the ounce. And see if these scales agree with me.
That's quite a heavy weight to place on scales adjusted to weigh gold dust, monsieur.
Yeah, they'll take it, though. Let's see now. Yep, scales do agree with me. Guess they're all right, Duke.
Did someone say they were not?
Well, I heard word they might not be.
From the Cisco Kid, perhaps?
Might have been from Cisco.
Hey, if you're on your job, Sheriff, you'll kick him out of here.
I reckon I know my job, Sam.
Sam, but means, Sheriff, that the Cisco Kid is one to be watched closely. He was in this store. He and the one with him were eyeing the cash box.
Oh, you got any reason to think he's planning to break in?
No, except that when a man looks at a cash box as he did, he usually has designs upon it. I'd appreciate your cooperation, monsieur.
All right, I'll watch the store. Cisco proved he ain't to be trusted when he lied to me about these here scales.
Looks now, Duke, as if we got to fix it so Cisco will break into this store.
Or that we bring him into the store tonight, then call the sheriff.
What about them duels you signed up for?
I'm counting on killing the boy, Sam. As for Cisco, any way we can kill him will be good, and the sooner the better. We'll go to his camp, Sam, after dark.
Pancho, wake up. Quieto. Do not make so much noise. It's nearly midnight. Remember, it's time for us to go to the store as we planned. Now wake up.
Pancho opened his eyes, Cisco.
Here, buckle on your gun belt.
See.
Now listen to me, Pancho.
I listen.
Those hombres may suspect us. If so, they will try to kill us or to frame us somehow. That Duke thinks we suspect him. He may also think we will try to find those bonds. And have a trap all set for us in the store.
Cisco and Pancho keep out the trap.
That is why I'm telling you, so you will have all your wits about you. That hombre will kill us in a moment. Now come, quietly.
Nobody on the street, Cisco?
Not at this hour. He's in the shadow of the buildings. Wait, Pancho. What? Thought I saw that bush move. The one just ahead of us.
No wind tonight to move the bush.
I will
See what caused it. Hey, let go. Pick him up. Cisco. Use your gun, sir.
Not while he's within my reach.
Cisco, knock him down. Pancho, grab his gun.
Now for you, hombre. Why were you hiding behind this bush? Not if I can help it, you will not.
Cisco, the sheriff. What's going on here? Come on, quit that fight.
You, Cisco, get your hands up. You too, hombre.
Pancho, hands up.
They tried to hold us up, monsieur.
What?
You lie, hombre.
How about it, Sam?
That's right, Sheriff. They sure did.
Tempted hold up, huh?
These hombres not tell the truth, Sheriff.
Keep your hands up or walk ahead of me. Duke, I want you and Sam to come in about 9 o'clock and make formal charges.
What? Oh, yeah, sure. What has happened to your French accent all of a sudden, hombre? You had better take note of that, Sheriff.
Get going, Cisco.
But I tell you... Very well, Sheriff, as you say.
But Cisco...
Pancho, come along.
See, if Cisco says so. This bench too hard to sleep on. Cisco, when we get out of this jail?
As soon as I see the first streak of light in the east, Pancho.
We can get out, Cisco?
Si, amigo. I'm working on the cell window bars. They're loose and we can get out through the window.
Oh, bueno. Pancho ready to go right now.
No, Pancho.
No?
Not just yet. I want to be sure those hombres have left their quarters in the store for the duel with young Senor Austin, amigo.
Oh, see. Cisco not let them fight that duel, no?
Not if I can help it, Pancho.
Huh?
Is the first sign of dawn. Come, Pancho. I'll push these window bars aside for you.
Pancho, try not to get stuck this time, Cisco.
Hey, try hard enough to, Pancho. Right up you go.
Pancho, ready, stop. Push, Cisco.
I'm pushing hard.
Pancho through.
Well, now I will come out.
Now we go to the store, Cisco?
You will go to the store, amigo.
Uh-huh.
And when you see those hombres leave, go in and look for the bonds.
I don't see anything of them yet, Millie. It's getting daylight, though.
I do hope they won't come, Joe.
I guess that's them now. All right. I'll be right with you.
I do not wish to be kept waiting, monsieur.
You won't be. Give me them swords a minute.
But where's Cisco? Oh, Joe, you can't go through with this. You can't. You'll be...
I ain't anxious to go through with it, but I took his challenge and I got to. All right. You stay here, Millie.
No, I won't. I'm going too.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. You will act as your brother second?
Please don't hold Joe to this duel. He doesn't know anything about fighting with swords.
Well, then I will give him a lesson. Come.
Oh, please.
You're pretty when you plead, mademoiselle. But no. This place is good and level. Your choice of the rapiers, monsieur?
Oh, it don't make any difference. This one.
Kind of figure I'll enjoy this, Duke.
You may not enjoy it as much as you think, hombre.
Oh, Cisco.
You're here.
I'll fix him, Duke.
Tell me what. Senor Austin.
Yes, Cisco?
Take this gun and keep it on this arm, hombre. All the time.
Yeah, sure. But the duel.
I have the honor to fight the first duel with the Duke. Give me your rapier. Gracias. It's a good weapon. Has life. At your service, Duke.
I enjoy to kill you, Cisco.
Not with words, hombre. Come, let us not waste time. See. I have not dueled for some time, hombre. If it becomes apparent that neither are you.
Let us win by Duke.
That is an unpleasant thought. Your lunge, hombre? Let us carry. Faster, hombre. Faster. You are slowing down.
Devil, Cisco.
Now, let us see.
I could find some papers like you say.
Un momento, amigo. I'm busy. Now, I'm no longer so busy.
Jumping grasshopper. Cisco knocked that sword right out of his hand.
Well, hombre, the point of the sword is at your throat.
No, Cisco. No, don't.
Put those bonds in my hand, Pancho.
Yes, Cisco.
I must keep my eyes on this hombre's face.
Oh, where'd you get those bonds?
Stand still, hombre.
Pancho find the papers, the bonds in the back room of the store.
Bueno, Pancho. That was good work. So, Duke, you did kill that bank guard.
No, you're wrong, Cisco.
The point of this rapier is still at your throat, hombre. Tell the truth, quickly.
Oh, all right, Cisco. Sam and I did the job.
No, I'm going to get out of here.
Stand still and shut up, you.
Pancho, you and Senor Austin tie these hombres up and keep close guard over them. There is just about time to have the sheriff send a telegram to the governor of the state to save Senor Wayne from hanging for a crime he did not commit.
And the telegram did get to the governor in time, Cisco.
Si, senorita. Senor Wayne has been reprieved, and the two killers, Duke and Sam, are now on their way to prison.
Oh, I'm so glad. But you know, I'm not surprised, Cisco. You're wonderful. I wish you'd settle in Mesa Flats.
It's a nice little town, senorita, but there are many towns in the southwest we have not yet seen.
So you're going to ride on, huh?
See?
Well, until you come back here.
See? Until I come back.
Take this with you, Cisco. Oh, Cisco.
Oh, senorita.
Cisco.
Si, Pancho.
Cisco, see that bird over there on the fence post?
Si, amigo, I see that bird.
Cisco know what kind of bird that is?
Well, from here, I would say it looks like a bullfinch, Pancho.
No, that's not a bullfinch, Cisco. That bird a woofle bird.
A woofle bird?
See, that's a woofle bird. Pancho's Uncle Jose tell him.
Oh, so that is a woofle bird, Chico.
See, the woofle bird fly backwards, Cisco.
Fly backwards?
See?
Well, that is strange. I would think he would fly forward to see where he is going.
Woofle bird fly backwards, Cisco, because the woofle bird not care where he's going.
No?
The woofle bird want to know where he's been.
Oh, Pancho!
Oh, Cisco.
And so ends another exciting adventure with O. Henry's famous Robin Hood of the West, the Cisco Kid. Be sure to listen again for another thrilling adventure of the Cisco Kid. Cisco Kid was played by Jack Mather, Pancho by Harry Lang.
The bakers of Weber's Bread present your all-star Western Theater.
Drifting along, singing a song under
From Hollywood comes your all-star Western Theater, starring America's great Western singers Foy Willing and the Riders of the Purple Sage in music, song, and a story of the wide open spaces. My name is Cottonseed Clark, and here are the Riders of the Purple Sage.
Yippee-yay, at the break of the day, I ride along with a song in my heart on the way. I find that open range of land that is free, out where the skies are blue, keep smiling down on me. When the sun goes to rest on the rim of the west, the moon above will return and the campfire will burn. To the stars above I'll sing of my love with a sage bright symphony. You hear the sweet melodies in the sigh of the breeze, and all day long there's a song from the birds in the trees. When the stars come creeping into the sky, a lonely prairie lobo sings a lullaby. You hear the call of the wild in the twilight beguiled. You hear them blend at the end in melodious style. When the echoes fade, this sweet serenade is a sage bright symphony.
Back in the days of the early West, when the wild frontier had still to be settled, the pioneers had few of the niceties of life that we enjoy today. But one thing they shared in common with modern Westerners was love of good food. That's one reason why Weber's bread is so popular with Southern California families. Weber's bread is good food. Well mixed and well baked, Weber's bread has a firm, even texture, a golden brown crust, and a distinctive flavor enjoyed by young and old. At breakfast, lunch, or dinner, Weber's bread appeals to the eye and satisfies the appetite. Next time you go shopping, try Weber's bread and try it. Your entire family will enjoy Weber's, the good bread in the blue gingham wrapper. Let's ride back through the years with the Riders of the Purple Sage as they sing another of those grand memory songs. From their saddlebag of familiar old Western ballads comes Wait for Me, Mary.
He sat alone in the still of the night, with thoughts that were far away. He took a pen and he started to write just what his heart had to say. Wait for me, Mary, till the world will smile again, till the smiles can smile again, and the dreams worthwhile again. Wait for me, Mary, by the moonlit garden gate, where my heart and I would wait for you. There are so many things I want to tell you, little words that I never told before, and I hope that it won't be hard to tell you all the dreams I have in store. Wait for me, Mary, till the world will sing again, till I bring my love again.
And now let's join our men of the West, the Riders of the Purple Sage, as they go drifting along toward another of their weekly adventures. Suppose we take them back to the old days, say the 1880s, and see what happens when three easygoing fellows become involved in a murder. We find Foy, Al, and Jimmy riding toward Trail City. It's rather late at night, and they're tired, saddle-sore, and hungry. And not knowing exactly how much further their destination, they ride up to a lamp-lighted ranch house in the hope that they may get food and lodging for the night. Al, who is always elected to do the dirty work, is voted to knock on the door and make the necessary speech.
Yes?
Oh, howdy, ma'am. I wonder if, well, hello.
Yes? What was it you wanted?
Well, ma'am, me and my two buddies are looking to get something to eat and to be put up for the night. That is, if you'd let us pay for it.
Well, I suppose so. Just a moment. Bob!
Yeah, Jane, what is it?
This gentleman and his two friends would like to put up for the night.
We'd be mighty much obliged if you could feed us and give us a bunk for the night, friend. We're willing to pay you well.
Well, I reckon it'd be all right. Never mind about the pay, though. Be glad to accommodate you.
Oh, we'd sure appreciate it. It's been 8 or 10 hours since we've eaten, and our horses are mighty tired, too.
Well, glad to help. Glad to help. Have your friends come in, and we'll stir up some food first.
Well, thank you. All right, boys, come on in. Good. Right with you. Coming.
I'll get something ready to eat. It won't take me long.
Oh, my name is Floy, and this is Foy Willing and Jimmy Dean.
Glad to know you, boys. My name is Bob Fletcher.
Good to know you, Bob. Bob. Reckon we're lucky to find you folks still up.
As a rule, we don't sit up this late, but my dad is riding in from Trail City, and we're waiting up for him.
We hate to bother you people like this.
Don't think nothing of it. Now, you must be mighty tired if you've been riding all day. There's a bucket of water and a pan there on the washstand if you want to wash up a bit. I'll put your horses up for you and see if I can fix you up a bunk for the night.
That's mighty nice of you, Fletcher.
Janie's getting some grub ready. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Man, these folks are full of nothing but hospitality. Yeah, from all the hospitality they're showing us, you'd think we were long-lost cousins or something. I don't get it myself. Gosh, this water's cold. Yeah, especially since we're total strangers. Hand me that towel, Troy. Yeah. Well, you know, as long as we eat and sleep, I'm satisfied, though, you know. Yeah. Boy, I hope whoever's fixing that grub don't keep us waiting. Hey, you ought to see what's getting the grub ready. Man, she's as pretty as a spotted pup under a red wagon.
Now, wait a minute. Don't go trying to flirt with the man's wife.
Oh, I ain't, but that don't keep her from being pretty, boy.
Well, boys, your supper's on the table.
Wowie. You just ain't a whooping about her.
Who's that?
Oh, nothing, ma'am. I was talking about a spotted pup I know.
Oh. Well, I hope you boys don't mind things being cold. But it would take quite a while to make a fire in the cook stove, and I'm sure you're hungry.
Oh, we sure are, ma'am.
By the way, where did Bob go?
Oh, your husband is putting up our horses' hay.
You mean my brother?
Your brother?
Why, yes, I have no husband.
Oh, that's wonderful. I mean, that's too bad.
Yeah. Better tighten up your cinch there, Willem. You're slipping a little.
Well, right now you'd better eat.
Yeah, that's the most intelligent thing that's been said yet.
Then come right into the kitchen.
Oh, Miss Jane, this grub is nothing short of the best in the West.
I'm glad you like it. Here, have some more turnip greens.
Don't mind if I do.
You might pass me some more of that there sorghum molasses, boy.
Yes, here you are. And what can I pass you, Mr. Dean?
A couple more biscuits, I reckon.
Dean, you know better than that.
Well, I guess you better make it just one more biscuit.
No, you eat all of them you want. I wish they were hot.
Boy, this here sausage is mighty fine.
Well, boys, your horses are cared for and your bunks are ready.
We don't know how to thank you folks for all of this kindness.
No, I think nothing of it.
We're happy to be of help.
Well, we're going to pay you, of course.
You'll do no such thing.
Wouldn't hear to it.
We sure do appreciate it.
Yes, sir, I'll say.
You boys planning on going to work in this part of the country?
Oh, well, we hadn't thought much about it. We generally stop off somewhere for a few weeks' work. That is, when our money runs low.
And we ain't too rich right now.
No.
Well, I don't wish you any financial hard luck, but I hope you need work now.
What do you mean?
I might as well come on out with it. Guess you men wonder why we gave such a big welcome to 3 strange men so late at night.
Yeah, we thought of that.
Well, we need help here on the ranch mighty bad.
Are hands scarce in this part of the country?
Mighty scarce. I just got back from Granite City a few minutes before you fellas showed up, and Dad and Jake Ballard, our foreman, are due in from Trail City most any minute. We've been scouting around for hands all day.
We have no one but our foreman and Bob left.
What brought on all of this shortage help?
A couple of weeks ago, some prospectors supposedly struck gold up at Ore City near the state line, about a couple of 100 miles from here. Everybody and their dogs headed in that direction to get rich quick. It's a serious problem, not only for us, but for the other ranchers in this section.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Maybe I shouldn't have told you boys about it since I want to hire you so bad, but you'd find it out anyway.
How come Ballard, your foreman, to stay?
Well, Jake's been with us since he was a kid almost. You see, Jake's father and our dad were partners in a lot of business deals, and Dad's kept him through loyalty. Even made him foreman of the ranch, which is all right with me, because, after all, Dad's interests are my interests.
That's a mighty big ranch, isn't it?
One of the biggest in these parts. And being without help presents a mighty serious problem.
All right, Fletcher, you can count on us. That is, for a while.
Oh, that's fine, boys. The pay is 40 and keep.
Hey, that must be Jake and Daddy coming now.
Bob, Jane, something terrible's happened. What's wrong, Jake?
Where's Daddy?
He's in the wagon outside. Well, what's happened? Somebody ambushed us on the way in, Bob. Your dad is dead.
Well, Bob, I know how upset you and Miss Janie are. And we want to let you know that we're going to help you in every way that we can.
Well, thank you, boys. Mighty nice of you. And I reckon there's no need to tell you how badly we really need you now.
Bob, who would have wanted to kill your father?
That's hard to say, Foy. In this country, every man is after all he can get. Dad could drive a hard bargain. And to be honest about it, he was cold-blooded when it came to business, but I can't think he'd do anything that'd warrant a man's killing him.
Well, just exactly how did Jake Ballard describe the killing?
Well, they were driving along and had just reached Sunset Pass when somebody opened fire and emptied their gun at Jake and Dad. 2 of the slugs found their mark. That's about all there was to it.
Then I believe Jake said he whipped the horses into a fast run toward home.
Yeah, that's right. Trying to figure out the killer is going to be a tough job.
Well, I hope some will turn up. Let us know if we can be of any help.
No, thank you a lot, boys.
You know, there's something mighty strange about old man Fletcher's death.
Now, don't tell us you got it all figured out.
Yes, I have.
Now, ain't that nice? Now you're going to get us mixed up in something that's none of our business. Well, who do you think done it?
Jake Ballard either killed him or was in cahoots with the man that did.
Are you crazy? Ballard was just like a son to the old man.
Never mind what he was like. Remember when Jake came riding in with the old man's body?
Yeah?
He told Bob and Jane that he drove home like all get out from Sunset Pass?
Yeah? So what?
It's 2 miles to Sunset Pass, according to Bob. And when a man runs a team of horses 2 miles, they're going to be sweating like rain and panting like a pump.
I think I'm beginning to get you.
If you remember when we went out to bring in Fletcher's body, those horses were as cool as a cucumber. They had either been walked from Sunset Pass or carried.
So, what does that prove?
It proves that somebody's been lying. The next morning I went out and examined the wagon. There was a bullet hole in a sack of feed, and there wasn't any powder burns on it.
Nobody shooting from ambush from the side of the road could powder burn that sack.
Right. Suppose we just keep quiet on the subject for a few days and keep our eyes and ears open to every move that Jake Ballard makes.
Yeah. But why would Jake kill him, and where would he profit by it?
That's what we've got to find out.
I got word from Lawyer Simpson today, Jane. He's back from the capital.
I suppose he's heard about Dad's death then.
Yeah, said he was going to drop out to see us day after tomorrow on some business.
Well, maybe he can throw some light on who might have had reason to kill Daddy.
I hope so. Been giving me a lot of worry.
The table is ready. You can call the boys.
Okay, Janie. All right, boys, supper's ready.
Jake said he had something he wanted to discuss with us at supper tonight.
I wonder what's on his mind. Hope he's not wanting to quit.
Well, come on and sit right down, boys. Everything's ready.
Thank you, Miss Jane.
Say, if you boys don't mind, right after supper, I have something I'd like to discuss and like to have all you fellas present.
Sure, we'll wait around, Jake.
Good. Mighty fine cooking, I'm saying. Well, Jake, what's on your mind? Bob, I have a letter here, and, well, I haven't any idea of what its contents are. It was given to me by your father a couple of months before he was killed. He asked me not to open it until a proper time after his death, and then to do so in the presence of you and Janie and witnesses.
I can't imagine what it's all about.
Neither can I.
Maybe it'll throw some light on who the killer is.
Well, let us hope so. Miss Jane, I'm going to suggest that you break the seal and read it to us.
I'd rather Bob would do it.
All right, Janie. To my dear children, Bob and Jane, I am writing this so in case of my death there will be no misunderstanding regarding my properties. As you know, Jake Ballard's father and I were the closest of friends. After his death, I took his son to raise. I owe John Ballard the credit for all of my success,
Therefore, I feel that I am only doing what is right when I ask my 2 children to share with Jake all of my properties, money, and holdings. This is the way I want it to be, and I hope there will be no objection. With deep love and affection, your father, Jim Fletcher.
Bob, I don't know what to say to you and Miss Jane. I had no idea that was what the letter was about. It's all right, Jake. That was the way Dad wanted it. That's the way it'll be.
That's right, Jake. I'm sure Dad knew it was best.
Folks, this is kind of a personal thing between the 3 of you, so I reckon we could be excused now.
Sure, that's all right, boys. And thanks for staying.
Say, I'm telling you, there's something powerful wrong about the whole thing, especially this Jake Ballard. It don't make sense to me. The old man must have written that note, all right. Otherwise, Bob and Jane could have told. Well, if you ask me, that's a funny way to leave a will. Yeah, come to think of it, it is. Especially for a big layout like this. Oh, here comes Bob now.
Well, boys, how's things going?
Fine, Bob. I guess you, Miss Jane, and Ballard have come to an agreement on how you'll operate from here on.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to have Lawyer Simpson put everything in legal form.
This is going to mean quite a lot to Jake, isn't it?
Third interest in $250,000 worth of property and money and stock.
That was mighty nice of your dad.
I can't quite understand it. But I reckon it's all right if he wanted it that way.
By the way, who is this Lawyer Simpson?
He handled all of Dad's business and legal affairs for him. He offices over at the county seat.
I was just wondering. Oh, by the way, do you mind if we go into town this afternoon? Thought we'd like to stretch our legs a bit.
No, it's quite all right. You've gone through enough with us the past few days. Go out and have yourself a good time.
Mr. Willing, I'll expect you boys to keep this matter very confidential. It's highly irregular to show you such a document as this, but under the circumstances, I feel that I'm doing the Fletcher heirs a mighty big favor.
You can trust us, Mr. Simpson.
Now, what do you suggest?
When you call on Bob and Jane tomorrow, insist that Jake Ballard be present. Also insist that we're present as witnesses. Leave the rest to us.
Well and good. I'll see you two tomorrow afternoon.
Right.
I'm glad you came out, Mr. Simpson.
Yeah.
There's some legal work we wanted you to prepare for us to carry out the wishes Dad left in his letter to us.
Well, we'll get around to that after we discuss some other matters.
Here comes Floyd with Ballard now.
I'm glad you asked that Jake be present. After all, he is our partner in business now.
Well, howdy, Lawyer Simpson. How are you?
Oh, fine, Jake, fine. I'm glad you're present because there are a few things regarding Mr. Fletcher's estate that we should all understand.
Oh, sure, certainly. Of course, you know how, I feel awful grateful for what Dad Fletcher did for me, Lawyer Simpson.
Naturally. Mr. Willing.
Yeah?
I'd like to ask you and Mr. Sloy and Mr. Dean to serve as witnesses to this meeting and the things that transpire.
Glad to be of help, Mr. Simpson.
Jake, I have examined the letter left in your care by the deceased, and apparently it's genuine.
You know, I can't help feeling, Mr. Simpson, that Dad Fletcher, he was a little too liberal toward me. But, of course, if it was his wish, then it makes me mighty happy.
Well, I have here the last will and testament of the deceased, which I will read at this time.
The will? I didn't even know Dad had made a will.
Neither did I. We had discussed it with him many times, and, he always told us that such a thing was unnecessary, since Bob and I were his only heirs.
Just when was this will made, Mr. Simpson?
About 6 months ago, Jake, and on my insistence, since he had decided to include you in the estate.
But I don't understand why...
If you don't mind, Jake, we'll explain everything after I read the will. It's short and is as follows. I, James Fletcher, being of sound mind, do hereby bequeath 1/2 of all my earthly holdings and possessions to my daughter Jane and my son Robert. I hope my children will understand my liberal attitude as I provide for Jake Ballard, the son of my good friend and partner, John Ballard, deceased. All my success and wealth I owe to the kindness of John Ballard, and I feel justified in having Jake Ballard share my earthly properties, holdings, and money. Therefore, I bequeath to him 1/2 of said properties.
1/2. Hey, this doesn't make sense.
Bob, it makes mighty good sense.
I agree with Mr. Willing.
But why did he write that letter? Since the will was made out leaving 1/2 to Jake instead of 1/3.
Get Jake to tell you why he wrote the letter.
Why are you driving at that?
You know, Jake.
I'm in the dark about this thing, just as the rest of you are.
Tell him, Jake.
Now, look here.
Then I'll tell him. The late Jim Fletcher trapped his own killer.
I don't understand, Foy.
Let Jake tell you. He killed your father.
You're a liar.
Don't reach for that gun. All right, Jake. Now take it easy. If you try anything else, you're going to get more than just a slug in your hand.
I'm afraid there's some explaining to do here.
All right, Bob. Jake forced your father to write that letter at the point of a gun. Your father made it look good, knowing that when the real will came to light, it would throw the blame on Jake. He then faked an ambush, killing, after having shot your father in the back. It's too bad, Jake, that you didn't wait, because Jim Fletcher was even more liberal than you forced him to be.
Well, I reckon you'll be bragging for the next 6 months how you tracked down old Jake Ballard.
Yeah, I reckon I will.
Boy Willing, the great cowboy detective.
All right. You guys don't have to rub it in.
Well, I don't understand why you wanted to leave the Fletcher place. We could have had a job there as long as we wanted it.
A job? Who wants a job?
Well, I'd been satisfied just hanging around Jane Fletcher myself.
Oh, but that wouldn't have made her too happy, I'm afraid.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Well, anyway, we've got over $100 in our jeans. Where we head for?
Well, I hear there's a big rodeo next month over at Carson City.
Well, we're heading in that direction. Let's go.
Let's go.
Drifting along, singing a song.
Heard with the riders of the Purple Sage in today's story were Mr. Joe Granby as Lawyer Simpson, Miss Helen Gerald as Janie, Howard Culver as Bob. Your announcer was the killer, Jake Ballard. Now here is Foy Willing and the boys to bring you another of their Western heart songs. The new and popular love ballad entitled The Leaf of Love.
The leaf of love is slowly falling, like winter's storm with rain and snow. You broke a heart in one short moment. The leaf of love is falling low.
I'll never forget at our first meeting. Maybe it was meant to be. I didn't think you'd prove false-hearted and kill the soul inside of me.
My stormy road, I'm traveling on now. Where I will end, God only knows. A beaten rock along the river is quiet and peaceful where it flows. The leaf of love is slowly falling, like winter's storm with rain and snow. You broke a heart in one short moment. The leaf of love is falling low.
Well, now suppose we call on the great cowboy detective himself to tell you what the riders of the Purple Sage are going to sing next.
All right, you guys can stop that cowboy detective stuff.
Okay, Sherlock. We won't say another word about it.
Well, I expect we'd better get back to Western music and song.
Here's one, Cotton, we hope will please the folks. It's an old-timer called the Train Whistle Blues.
Well, all aboard. We're listening. Let's go.
When a woman gets the blues, she hangs her little head and she cries. When a woman gets the blues, she hangs her little head and cries. When a man gets the blues, he grabs the first train and flies.
Every time I see that lonesome railroad train, every time I see that lonesome railroad train, it makes me wish I was going home again. Looking yonder, coming down the railroad track, coming back. Looky yonder, coming down the railroad track. With the black smoke rolling from that old smokestack.
It used to be that the great cattle kingdoms covered vast areas of unfenced rangeland, and a cattleman's closest neighbor might be 50 miles away. Little wonder that strangers riding by were heartily welcomed and provided with food and shelter as a matter of course. That was the beginning of the traditional Western hospitality. For the hostess who serves Weber's bread is certain that her guests and family alike will enjoy its freshness and distinctive flavor. As toast for breakfast, sandwiches for lunch, or in between snacks, and when served with more elaborate meals, Weber's bread is always an enjoyable, substantial item on the menu. Buy Weber's bread when you go shopping. You'll find it on your grocer's shelves, the really good bread in the blue gingham wrapper.
A song of the West depicting a cowboy's religion comes your way now from the Riders of the Purple Sage as they blend their fine Western voices to sing Cowboy's Heaven.
Tonight I'm a tired, weary cowboy. I've been in the saddle all day, searching the hills and the valleys for cattle that strayed away. Old pain is tired and lame weary. His feet are broken and torn. But someday our work will be over, and we'll ride on that other shore. Laying wrapped up in my blanket, looking straight up in the sky, watching the white clouds sailing away up there on high. The stars are shining in heaven. It seems that they understand. They may be the souls of cowpunchers who have gone to that promised land.
Folks, this is Foy Willing again. It's been mighty nice keeping company with you today. And we hope you'll all be on hand next week. Until then, from Al Sloy, Jimmy Dean, myself, and all of the Riders of the Purple Sage, so long and good luck to you all.
From Hollywood, you have heard your all-star Western theater, a V.M. Bear production starring America's great Western singers, Foy Willing and the Riders of the Purple Sage. My name is Cottonseed Clark.
This program came to you from Columbia Square.
KNX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
Come along, folks, and listen for a spell. Here's Hawk Larrabee with a tale to tell. Come a tie, yippee, 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 come a tie, yippee, yippee,
When you drive your first beef herd down the trail to the shipping station, you're a cowpuncher breathing dust and eating it. And
sleeping with dust for your pillow. When you come back from the shipping station, you aren't a cowboy anymore, you're a cowman. Of course, there's still dust in your throat, but there's money in your jeans and plenty of places to spend it. When Brazos and I rode back to Silver Bow, we felt like we owned the town. It was 4 days since we'd been gone, and every man we saw in town seemed like a long-lost brother.
Oh, here comes old Sandy Williams and his missus. Hiya, Sandy, you old rooster. Howdy, ma'am.
Hi, Bradley. Howdy, folks. Sure good to see you again. We just got back to town. What do you know about that? You didn't say a word.
This old woman stuck her nose up. I never did take the she stuff.
They answered you, but looked straight ahead when I said howdy.
Oh, just deep seems like. They didn't hear you.
Of course they heard me. Friends of mine, too.
Oh, well, forget them. Oh, here comes Plenty Moss.
Hey, Brazos. How's the alfalfa coming, Plenty? We just got back to town, and... well, I'll be another one of my friends. Something mighty strange in this town. What did I ask Buck Wheeler over here at the feed store? Hi, Buck. Getting some grain for your calves? I said, Buck Wheeler, are you getting some grain?
Yeah, I'm talking to me, Larrabee.
What do you think I'm talking to, that hitching post?
Maybe the hitching post won't object to being seen talking to you. Well,
Listen, Buck. You're my neighbor. Your outfit and mine are next to each other without any fences. We got the same things to fight together. So maybe you'll help me now.
I wouldn't help you if a bunch of Mojaves came to burn down your outfit, Larrabee. And there ain't no man in this town low enough to help you. Did you forget me, you old hopper grass? Maybe a horse thief like you would help him, yes. If you wasn't the old man, I'd just burn off them whiskers of yourn, Buck Wheeler.
Stay out of this a few minutes longer, Brazos. Then maybe we'll start fighting.
Sure. Start fighting me, why don't you? I'm an old man, too. Only I ain't blind. It's only a blind man you have nerve enough to rob.
Blind man? There's no blind man in this town. You don't mean Chuck-a-Luck Jones.
Who do you think I mean? You know well enough who you robbed. Don't talk to me. I'm going home to put up a fence between our outfits. A fence that'll keep out the smell of the wind.
Chuck-a-Luck Jones. So that's what's in the air. Oh, Chuck-a-Luck. He must have told him about it.
About what, huh?
Well, don't you remember a couple of nights before we put up our trail herd, Chuck and I played a friendly game, and I won his last cent.
Well, who'd blame you for that? Chuck must have told it around town that you cheated him, ornery little penny-ante toad frog.
Well, wait till I find him. I'll make him tell the truth.
I'll burn off his ears.
We gotta find him first.
Well, maybe he's at the Gold Bar house.
Good idea. We can cool off at the same time.
Come along, folks, and listen for a spell. Here's Hawk Larrabee with a tale to tell. Come a tie, yippee, 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 come a tie, yippee, yippee.
Hey, Pedro, some service over here.
I'll shake you for 2 smiles, Pedro. Pass the shake box.
I got no time to shake. Who paid for these drinks?
You mean you aren't shaking with us?
Listen here, you jug-headed little squirt. That's the insult. Hold it, Brazos. No rough stuff. Step up to the bar and have one on me. I want to know what this is all about. You'll find out. In the meantime, step up, have a smile.
Well, Brazos was hogtied. He didn't know how to figure it. While he was trying to make up his mind, I stood alone, staring at myself in the bar mirror. I saw a long horse face with hollow black eyes, a big mouth, the face of a tragic actor playing a part on the stage. I got a funny feeling like I was dreaming. Then I realized I wasn't staring at my own face in the mirror at all, but at a gloomy-looking gent who'd sidled up beside me. He nudged me easy.
Greetings to you, my lonely friend. Let's enjoy a libation together.
So there's one man in town who'll drink with me.
Ah, yes, a friend in need. Edwin Crane, tragedian and legerdemainist, joins you. As the bard says, misery loves company. 2 draughts of the nectar of which dreams are made, said Padro.
I ask again, Horace, who is paying for this drink?
It is I, my good fellow, who pays. Your health, me noble friend.
So now you're treating me.
A repayment for the many times you have so served me. Care not what these fair-weather friends may think. As for me, sir, methinks there is something rotten in the state of Denmark.
I don't quite follow you, but anyway, thanks.
'Tis nothing, dear friend. I could a tale unfold, but, may I inquire, sir, when are you taking leave of this miserable sun-baked clod of earth? This sterile promontory of hatred and stupidity.
I reckon you mean Silver Bow.
Exactly. I myself was on my way to San Francisco to join the Edmund Everett Grand Shakespearean troupe. when I lost my, was forced to a temporary sojourn on this unfriendly shore. However, now I will continue my journey, and I was thinking perhaps we might follow the trail beyond the horizon together.
I'm not trailing anywhere, Crane. I'm staying on this range.
Not on this range, Larrabee.
Just what do you mean by that, Bleak Top?
Chuck-a-Luck Jones here will tell you what I mean. As if you needed telling.
I'm waiting to hear what you got to tell, Chuck-a-Luck.
Well, why tell you when you know every word?
All I know is you came to my shack 4 or 5 nights ago and we had a little game.
You admit he came to your shack?
Sure, I admit it. And I won his money. He always won before, and now the first time he gets broke, he squawks.
I'm squawking about you jumping my claim and leaving me in the desert to die.
Leaving you where?
As if you don't know. All you gents in this cantina, listen to me. I was on my way to my diggings when Hawk Larrabee followed me.
How'd you notice him when you can't see?
It was noon and the sun was blazing, and I can always see pretty good when there's plenty of light.
Tell us what happened, Chuck.
Hawk asked me for a drink of water, being his canteen was dry. I heard him drinking, and the canteen gurgling like he was filling his sombrero to water his horse. I told him it was my last water, and he handed the empty canteen back to me, and then jumped to his horse.
And your own horse, Chuck-a-Luck. Just what happened to your own horse?
I heard it loping after Larrabee. He must have had the reins, but that I couldn't see. I'm just telling you what I know.
But you know much more than you're telling, Chuck-a-Luck.
What more does anyone want to hear? I was left without water in the dry wash of Death Creek, where the sun'll bake a man's brains out in 30 minutes.
A right good yarn. Best I ever heard since I was a kid listening to Jack and the Beanstalk. What's the rest of it?
Maybe you don't know the rest of it, Larrabee, so I'll tell it. It was just by the grace of Providence that Chuck-a-Luck didn't die before he was found by a stray man riding for the Tumbling D.
The Tumbling D? Doxy's outfit. I see how the hand's stacking up. It's beginning to make a pat hand.
What difference does it make who found it? There's lots of Doxy's stray stuff drifts down the Death Creek wash.
But it was one of Doxy's riders found Chuck dying of thirst. No horse, no water.
And you ain't denying it.
What's the use of denying it? Chuck's words against mine. Chuck's got the ears of a hound dog, and the whole town will believe him.
Of course we believe.
Now, you men stand back. Stand back, I tell you. If Chuck had died, it'd be different. We can't hang Larrabee for murder. Besides which, Chuck got his horse back, found it straggling in the desert. So we can't hang him for horse thieving either. I said stand back, everybody. There's to be no smoke here. And that means you too, Brazos.
Me? I ain't even touched my holster. If Hawk done a thing like that to a half-blind little gent like Chuck-a-Luck Jones, I wouldn't never speak to him myself again. You heard that, Hawk?
I heard it, Brazos.
Just throw him
If you don't want to be dancing in there, Larrabee, you better slope fast and never show your face in this town again.
Don't go away, partner, we're telling you why. There's more to this story than meets with the eye. Come along, folks, and listen for a spell. Here's Hawk Larrabee with a tale to tell. Come a tie, yippee, 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 come a tie, yippee, yippee.
When I walked out of the Gold Bar House, I thought that crowd would throw a shot or two between my shoulder blades. But no one followed me for the simple reason that the town marshal stood at the door and held them back. One woozy cowboy managed to throw a bottle which whizzed past me and smashed against the water trough. I was sure at the lowest spot a man ever reached without a friend in the world. Not even that one-time bandit, Brazos John.
Oh, wait a minute.
I turned around. There was Brazos following me. We looked at each other like two roosters priming themselves for a good fight. And Brazos took a few steps toward me.
I want to talk to you, Hawk.
Thought it was adios between you and me, Brazos.
And there's something else between me and you that I ain't forgot. A while back, this whole town figured that I changed the brands on a stray cow. And there wasn't a man-jack on the whole darn range that believed me. Except you.
I'm not asking you to believe anything, Brazos.
Didn't say I was believing you against Chuck-a-Luck. Not yet. But look, Hawk, there's a way I'm going to prove you innocent. You wouldn't leave that half-blind Chuck-a-Luck out there in the desert to dry up like a tromped-on toad frog without you had some reason.
This whole town thinks it knows the reason. Chuck found some ore specimens, which the assayer judged high grade. He was heading out to stake his claim when this trick was played on him.
And whoever played the trick was a claim jumper. Ain't that reasonable?
And you're figuring I'm the claim jumper.
No, that's just it. Suppose the claim jumper figured that Chuck-a-Luck was dead of thirst and couldn't tell no tales. Well, he'd ride right straight from the diggings to the recorder's office to post his location notice.
I see what you're driving at. The recorder, Slim Barker. He'll tell us.
Come on, Hawk. Recorder's office just across the street. That's where we'll get at the truth.
It was a good feeling to know one man in town who refused to believe anything bad about me. Brazos was so anxious to get the proof of my innocence that he ran ahead of me and rushed into Slim Barker's office like a road agent holding up the works. I got in there as the recorder was looking through his files and talking.
Sir, location notice right here. Hawk Larrabee brought in himself.
Hawk who? Why, you just a triple-plated liar, Slim Barker.
Liar, you call me? Well, who else would be filing location notice for Larrabee if it weren't him? Read that paper.
Yeah. Notice is hereby given the undersigned citizen of the USA has this day located and claimed the following described placer mining
Let me see that paper, Brazos.
Yeah.
It's signed Hawk Larrabee.
And it's your own handwriting, just like on your bills of sale for cows.
Yeah, it looks like my signature. Who gave you this notice, Barker?
Why, you did. What you asking fool questions for?
When did I give it to you?
Last Tuesday. There's the date on the notice. You came as I was closing up for the night, but I filed it before I left.
I'm still calling you a triple-plated liar. Well.
Now, you listen, Slim. Let's hear that again. You say I gave you this notice?
Yeah, and you gave it fast and then turned and walked off. Maybe you figured I wouldn't recognize you, but there was still enough light. I see better than Chuck-a-Luck.
Well, ain't you denying it, Hawk?
I want to find Chuck-a-Luck Jones first.
Hope you're satisfied now, brothers. You sure picked a 17-button rattler for a partner.
No, I ain't satisfied. Wait, Hawk, I'm coming.
Still willing to be seen walking with me, Brazos?
Well, maybe yes and maybe no. What you want to find Chuck-a-Luck for?
To twist his leather neck until he squawks the truth, that's what.
Well, then you telling me that you didn't file that location notice?
What do you think?
Well, throat's kind of alkalized for talking. I need me a drink.
That's Jake with me. We'll step into the gold bar.
Hawk, if you go in there, that crowd will make a lead pig out of you.
I'll have my gun out and you'll be behind me. Or will you?
Well, Hawk, if you approve the slimiest two-spot lizard on this range, I won't walk with you or drink with you or even talk to you. But I sure will fight for you.
Then come on. Into the gold bar.
Enter the villain, and out comes his gun with a flourish.
I'm looking for Chuck-a-Luck Jones.
He ain't here. And what you indicating that gun at me for?
And if he's not here, I'm talking to you. Every man in this cantina. Every man in this town is going to hear it before I'm through. One of the big cow outfits hired Chuck-a-Luck Jones to make up this gauzy yarn about me.
Well, listen, Hawk, that don't match up with what we just found out at the land office.
Everything will match up when Chuck-a-Luck tells the truth. If he doesn't tell it, I'll blast it out of him with this gun.
Oh, now, Hawk, I'm objecting to that. Little Chuck-a-Luck's a friend of mine. Besides, he's half-blind.
That don't change him from being a slimy little snake who'll do anything for money. Even cold-decked me, the best friend he ever had.
If you came in here looking for Chuck-a-Luck, you're wasting your time. No one in here will tell you where he is.
You don't have to tell me. I know where to find him. Come on, Brazos. He'll be in his shack at sundown cooking his evening bait.
Wait just a minute, Hawk. If you go shoving a poor little coot like Chuck-a-Luck around and threatening to smoke him up, well, then I am through.
I don't need your help, Brazos. I can handle that little centipede alone.
Somebody got to stop.
One moment, Mr. Larrabee. My good friend. Wait. Double bubble, toil, and trouble. Mind if I walk with you, my good friend?
Still calling me your friend, Crane?
To be or not to be? That is the question. It depends upon a point of honor, sir. You're not really going to hurt little Chuck-a-Luck Jones, are you?
Not if he tells the truth.
And if he sticks to this tale told by an idiot?
Then No, I won't hurt him. I blew up when I was facing that crowd in the gold bar. Didn't think what I was saying. Of course I won't hurt a half-blind little shorthorn like Chuck-a-Luck.
Then blow winds and crack your cheeks. The point is settled. I'm your friend. Shall we plan to travel to San Francisco together? We could start tonight at sundown.
No, because a little after sundown, I'm going to Chuck-a-Luck's shack on Skull Flats. I'm not leaving until I find out the truth.
And after that, the deluge.
After that, someone's going to get run out of this town in a pine box. Spout some Shakespeare about that, Mr. Crane.
I shall. and all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death.
Those words of the broken-down actor, Edwin Crane, kept ringing in my ears as I waited for dusk to come to Skull Flats. It was a forking of the trails in my life. What I was doing was plenty drastic, taking the bull by the horns, and a longhorn bull at that. Dusty death. That was what was in the air as I started walking to Chuck-a-Luck's tar-papered shack.
I hear 'em coming now, gents. I don't hear nothing. Yes, I do. Why, he's walking.
Walking instead of riding. Should have had his horse ready for sloping.
He won't be sloping nowhere if he touches Chuck-a-Luck. You go in your shack, Chuck. Light a lantern so's he can see you.
But what if he takes a pot shot at me through the window?
Out into that the minute it slaps leather.
Get behind this rain barrel, Brazos, and keep low. There's still some red light in the sky.
Just the right light for sharpshoot. Here he comes.
He's drawing his gun. He's gonna throw a shot through the window.
No, he ain't.
Put your hands up, Hawk. All the air, Larrabee.
What you talking about, Blinktop? My hand stays where it is, and there's a gun in it.
Don't walk out in the open, Brazos.
I ain't gonna be bluffed this easy.
Remember what I said, Brazos. You come a step closer, I'll shoot.
Well, I'm coming, Hawk.
Stay back, Brazos. I'm warning. Stop. Stop. Hey, my hand.
Where'd that shot come from?
Not from me. Hold up. It come from over yonder behind that water trough.
Don't pick up that gun, Larrabee. Now, maybe I'll put up your hands.
I can't. My hand, a slug smashed it.
His gun hand's dripping blood.
It wasn't me that throwed that shot, Hawk. What? Well, you ain't acting like Hawk Larrabee, whimpering that away.
The man who shot you's hiding behind that water trough. Find out who it is, Brazos, while I doctor up this varmint.
It ain't necessary. Standing up behind a trough coming in. Why, it's Hawk. That's Hawk Larrabee.
What are you talking about? Here's Hawk right here.
Somebody been feeding me loco weed. I'm seeing double. There's two Hawks.
You're right, Brazos. There's two of us, me and this imitation hawk, a shot in the hand.
Well, I'll be hornswoggled. I can't believe my eyes. Hey, Chuck-a-Luck, bring that lantern out here.
I'm coming, Bleaktop.
I know there's something wrong about this sniveling coyote here.
What's happened, Bleaktop?
I don't know. We come here to protect you from Hawk Larrabee, and we find two of them. Hold that lantern here to his face. Come on, sit up, hombre. Turn your face so I can see it.
Pretty good makeup. Long nose, wig.
And this tall, peaked sombrero. I could have sworn it was you, Larrabee.
But just who is it?
The man who stole my saddle horse and rode out to the desert to steal your water, Chuck. He's the man who forged my name to your location notice.
Yes, but his voice, it was you.
There's one man in this town who can imitate my voice and any other voices he has a mind to. He was paid to impersonate me and play that trick on you, so I'd be kicked off this range.
Yes, but I can't see him. Who is it?
Wait till I take off this putty from his nose, then we'll see.
I knew this was the man hired to frame me because he had money for drinks for the first time in a month. You slipped up doing that, Mr. Crane.
What? It's Edwin Crane, that play actor.
Well, I'll be good gosh darn.
But if you knew this whizzer was being pulled on you, Larrabee, why didn't you come and tell me?
Who'd believe me? The only man on this range who would have believed me was Brazos John, but I was afraid he'd start shooting before I had this lizard trapped.
But you announced in the gold bar that you was coming up here to give little Chuck-a-Luck a Larrabee.
I wanted Crane to impersonate me again so we'd get him red-handed. When he heard me threatening to kill Chuck, it was his chance to do some shooting and get me blamed for it.
Please, gentlemen. I'm not well. Me very lifeblood is ebbing. What are you gentlemen going to do with me?
Get you to a bunk and call a medico to fix that wound.
Oh, 'tis not as wide as a barn door, nor deep as a well, but 'twill serve. For this relief, much thanks. 'Tis bitter cold, and I am sick at heart.
You should be. It was Rance Doxey paid you to do this, wasn't it?
Aye. Me poverty, but not me will, consented.
You can't talk any other way, can you, even when you're hurt?
All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts. Believe me, gentlemen, this has been the bitterest role of all, and I am undone. Gentlemen, herewith cracks a noble heart.
I know a little Shakespeare myself. The quality of mercy is not strained. It falleth as a gentle rain from heaven.
You mean?
I mean there's nothing you can hold Crane on, is there, Bleak Top?
Well, now, I don't rightly
And
know.
since he was whipsawed into this, maybe he'd better just hit the trail for Frisco. Alone and fast.
Hark! I called the world to witness what a noble heart beats here. I thank you, me noble friend.
But as for Rance Doxey, the whole range is going to hear about this.
But you can't go gunning for him, Hawk. He didn't kill Chuck-a-Luck, and he sent one of his riders to save him.
Sure, he wanted Chuck alive so he could tell this darn story. And to think it, I nearly believed it. Hawk, I guess I was loco. Can you forgive me?
Sure, brothers. You tried your best to believe in me. I guess I didn't help you any.
Well, then we still partners?
Sure, we're partners, Ryan and Tyden.
Well, then it's all right.
Well, then, as Crane might say, all's well that ends well.
It's a mighty wide loop that Hawk Larrabee throws, but it's all well that ends well, as the old saying goes.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Looks like Moss has closed up the stable and gone home for the night, Mr. Dillon.
Well, Andy Weaver must be around, though. He always is.
Don't see no sign of him. Well, I'll open the door and we can get the horses inside at least.
Yeah. All right, Chester.
I declare I'm so tired I could lay right down in the stall and sleep with my horse.
The way you roll around, the horse would get a worse kicking than you would.
Now, the only time I toss much is when I've ate something that don't set right with me. And it ain't too often I do that.
No, sure isn't.
Say, we gonna have to bed these horses down ourselves, Mr. Dillon?
No, Andy will do it. He's probably in the back room. Come on, let's go see.
I declare I just couldn't have rode another mile tonight.
It was either ride to Dodge or to camp out.
I can prove it to you, too.
Hey, listen.
The boys that know about
Sounds
it,
like Andy's got somebody with him.
And they will, too.
Talking to himself more than likely. Just keep awake.
Well, the livery stable doesn't need much of a night watchman anyway, I guess.
Well, I'm not saying I don't believe it, Andrew, but I'm not saying that I do believe
That's old Miles McTagg with him.
Well, the two biggest liars in Dodge are at it again. All they need now is Doc.
Black Hills. Andy never even seen the Black Hills.
I know that.
And then them Indians jumped on me. 12.5 of them. A whooping and a hollering and a shooting their arrows. I seen I only had one chance, so I spurred my horse and I rode for the timber.
That doggone old liar. He got that story out of Ned Buntline. One of the boys we had in jail one time read it to him.
In 5 minutes, them 2 trees were so full of arrows they looked like porcupines. And when the fight was over, there was 14 Indians laying dead all around me. Other 2 got away while I was reloading.
Well, that's only 16. You said there was 12.5.
Well, that's only a matter of speaking. 16 the same as 12.5.
Aha. No, it is not. It lacks 2. 18's 12.5.
Let's go in and say hello, Chester.
All right, you.
Oh, dang it, Miles. I told you Oh, Marshal.
Evening, Andy. Miles.
Good evening, Matthew. Chester.
Oh, Mr. McTagg.
What's the matter, Andy?
Well, opening the door that way sudden like it Oh, God dang it, Marshal, you ought to knock first.
Why, my land, an old Indian fighter like you hadn't ought to get spooked over nothing that happened,
Now,
Andy.
you shut up, Chester. I know what I know.
Yeah, too bad there ain't nobody else does.
Yeah, one of them boys will come through here someday. You believe me, don't you, Marshal?
Well, Andy, all that was a long time ago.
Oh, you doubt my word, is that it?
No, I didn't say I doubted your word, Andy.
Oh, well, all right, Marshal. Maybe it's best just to forget it.
No, now, I was just funning you, Andy.
Sure, Chester, I know. Well, I better get your horses unsaddled and bedded down.
Andy, why don't you let him cool some before you water him, huh?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's a pity, Matthew. He's a fine-hearted old man. It's a shame he's so prone to prevaricate.
Well, he's like a lot of us, Miles. He tells about the things he wishes he'd done, wishes he had the courage to do.
Marshal.
Yeah, what is it, Andy?
There's somebody here. It's,
Evening, Marshal. Chester?
Hard Logan.
I didn't know you were out, Hud. You've been paroled?
A week ago, Marshal. 2 years, 7 months. Parole. Don't ever go to prison, Marshal. It's no good.
Yeah, so I hear. You traveling with the Beckett brothers again?
Now, Marshal, the warden told me to stay away from evil companions.
Uh-huh.
Of course, the Beckett boys ain't evil officially. They didn't go to prison. Andy here didn't identify them like he done me.
Well, I only told the truth, Hod.
Sure you did, Andy. Stood right up there in court and told him you seen me run out of the bank. Told him I was wearing a mask, but it slipped and you seen my face.
I did.
It was right brave of you, Andy. Downright brave. And now I'm back.
And you better leave me alone, Hod. You better not bother me.
What are your plans, Hud?
Oh, reckon I'll hang around Dodge a while, Marshal. Look up my old friends. Drop in and pass the time with Andy here once in a while.
No, you stay away from me.
No, that ain't being very kind to a man who's paid his debt, Andy.
It's only paid up till now, Hud. Don't go open up a new account.
Now, it's a funny thing, Marshal. Man can't always plan too far ahead. You don't always know just how things are going to work out.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Old Dobbin must decide that for himself. Similarly, we can lead you to the font of knowledge. We can tell you how, when, and where, but it's up to you to make the next move. As a member of the United States Armed Forces on active duty, you have the opportunity to continue your education through the United States Armed Forces Institute. The courses are varied and practically unlimited in scope. There is something for everyone. Your education officer has a USAFI catalog available. Sit down and discuss a correspondence or group course with him. It's your opportunity to increase your power through knowledge with USAFI.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
There's the Long Branch right there ahead of us.
Yeah. It's always been there as far as I remember, Chester.
Well, yes, sir, I know, but as long as we're passing it anyhow, don't you reckon we might as well look in for a minute?
No, what for?
Well, my land, to say hello to whoever's in there.
Like Sam Noonan, for instance?
Well, yeah, Sam. Anybody else, too, of course.
What's the matter with you? You got a dime that's burning a hole in your pocket?
I could do with a glass of beer, as far as that's concerned.
All right, Chester, but I'm not going to stay long. I want to go see Doc.
Well, maybe he's in there.
No, the light's burning in his office.
Well, the What's here? Hello, Matt.
Hey, Kitty.
Come on in out of the weather. Whatever they use for weather this time of year. You like a drink?
Well, I think Chester's got a beer in mind, yeah.
Well, see, the truth is, I thought as long as I was here, I'd get me a glass of rye with a little dab of sugar in it. For that matter, I think I'll just go get it while I got the chance. Sam?
Yeah, the place looks real quiet tonight.
Yeah, too quiet, Matt. That's good for you, I guess. Not for me.
Business will pick up. The rains are about over now. The trail herds will be rolling in before long.
Well, something better happen, or Sam and I'll have to start taking in each other's wash to make a living.
I can't quite see you taking in wash, Kitty.
You know something, Matt? Neither can I. Come on, have one on me this time.
That won't help business any.
Well, it looks like business anyway.
Wait a minute, Kitty.
What is it, Matt?
What's he doing over there?
Randy?
He's supposed to be holding down the night watchman's job over the livery stable.
Oh, I don't know. He's been here for about an hour.
He's wearing a gun, too. Look, Kitty, I'll take you up on that offer a little later. Huh?
Sure, Matt. Anytime. I'll be around.
Hello, Andy.
Oh.
How's it going?
Oh, now you guys have snuck up on me there.
Yeah? The, stable running itself tonight?
No, I was just going over. I just fixing to leave.
I see.
Marshal.
Yeah?
Marshal Hod Logan's aiming to kill me.
Did he say so, Andy?
He don't say nothing. At least mostly he don't. He just there is all. 4 or 5 times a night. Every night this week.
At the stable?
Yeah.
Well, why?
Well, looking in on his horse, he says. He's keeping it there. But that ain't why he hangs around, Marshal. He's fixing to kill me. That's what he's doing.
How do you know, Andy? You just told me that he never said anything.
Well, he don't have to. It's the way he looks. Just a grinning, not saying nothing. Last night, kind of late it was, I went out the back door toward the corral. And there he was, leaning against a post, just a grinning at me.
Is that why you took to wearing a gun?
Oh, I got to, Marshal. He's aiming to kill me.
Well, if he is, the gun won't stop him. You wouldn't have a chance against Hod Logan.
Well, then, what am I going to do, Marshal?
First thing is to stop letting him get your goat.
Well, I can't help it. I ain't no gunfighter. All them tall stories that I've been telling, I never done nothing like that.
Well, then don't start anything now, not with Hod. That's what he wants you to do, so he'll have an excuse.
Excuse for what?
You've already said it, Andy. An excuse to kill you.
Let's see how this is coming along, Matt. Oh, yes, we got to get those stitches out. Can you roll that sleeve up a little higher?
Well, if I do, I'll choke myself, but I'll try. How's that, Doc?
Fine. Fine. Yes, that seems to be healing all right.
Yeah, it's a sign of good blood.
Oh, your blood's all right, I reckon. What you got left of it? What you got left of it? Oh, these bullet wounds, nothing but bullet wounds since I came out here to this blasted frontier. You know, man, it'd be a downright pleasure to treat a plain, say a bellyache, a nice case of the gout.
You wouldn't know what to do with a civilized practice,
Yeah,
Doc, if you know it.
Be kind of nice to find out, though. Now, you want to brace yourself kind of here, man. I got to get those stitches out.
Well, go ahead.
I got a hold of them now, so I just wanted to...
What did you do? Sew them through the bone?
Well, you're lucky you got a bone there. An inch to the right and you wouldn't have. So why don't you steer clear of some of these gunmen, Matt?
And I will if they'll stay clear of Dodge.
That's 2 of them now. Yeah. Oh, see, I understand Hod Logan is back.
Yeah, he's been hanging around town for about a week. I thought maybe he'd head on west and try to find the Beckett brothers.
Those Beckett brothers. They were pretty thick, weren't they, for a while? Before Hod went to prison.
They ought to have gone, too, but we didn't have enough case against them.
Hurts, doesn't it?
Doc, if you were up around my mouth, I'd swear you were pulling teeth instead of stitches.
Well, you didn't beller when I sewed you up.
Yeah, but you gave me a half a bottle of whiskey that time.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
It's them Beckett's, Mr. Dillon. They're back in town. Somebody seen them about an hour ago.
Doc, the rest of these will have to wait. I want to go talk to them before they meet too many old friends.
Another visit with Joe and Daphne Forsythe.
Joe. Joe. Joe.
Yeah, I'm up. I forget breakfast, I'll shave at work.
Joe, it's not time to go to work.
Then why'd you wake me up?
You were snoring.
How about that?
You were snoring loud.
Oh, really?
I just wanted to quiet you.
I thought I was quiet.
You sounded like a buzzsaw going through a pine knot.
Pretty good. I wish I could be with you at 2:30 in the morning.
You can go back to sleep now.
Oh, gee, thanks.
You can get a good night's sleep, too. Our savings bonds will protect us.
Huh?
They protect us. The money we invest is used to protect our country and its freedoms. Why, all around us we can see the safeguards that our bonds have paid for.
How about that?
So you see, when you buy that savings bond with every paycheck, you're really investing in a secure night's sleep.
Not in this house, I'm not.
What?
Good night, Daphne.
Good night, Joe.
Where do you figure they could be, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester.
Hod Logan took his horse out of the stable 2 hours ago, and he checked out of the Dodge house. Maybe they've all hit the trail together.
No, they're still in town somewhere.
Well, there's no reason to expect them to try something the minute they get together, are they?
Why not? That's what Hod's been waiting around for. I couldn't figure him wasting a week like that just to get even with Andy Wimmer. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
No, I was just thinking. Now, Hod's been hanging around the stable there at odd hours of the night. I figured that he was just trying to prod Andy into drawing on him, but... Yeah, that might be something else. Chester, let's take a walk down between the stable and the general store, huh?
All right. Doggone all, Andy ought to clean up some of this junk. The doggone fire hazard.
Be quiet, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Careful, watch it.
What is it?
Broken glass. Don't step on it. It'll make a noise.
Oh. Hey, look. Somebody's busted open a window on the side of the store there. They've tore all the boards off.
Yeah.
So that's why Hod was hanging around the stable. People would get used to seeing him and not think nothing of it. That's what you meant, ain't it, Mr. Dillon?
Over here, Red.
They're inside the store.
Yeah. Probably after Jonas's safe. You could bust it open with a crowbar.
They're going to be mighty surprised when they find us waiting for him here.
We're not going to be waiting for him.
Why not?
I'm not sure that all three of them are in there. One of them might be out back of the stable with their horses. Now, look, you go back out to the street and go across to the Long Branch and get Sam Noonan to help you, and you wait there. And if Hod and the Becketts come out that way, you stop them.
Well, now, they ain't coming out the front with it. You know it.
You do as I tell you. I'm going to be back at the stable.
Yes, sir. But you be careful, Mr. Dillon.
It's a trap. A bear trap buried in the straw. And It's chained to a post.
Hey, caught you by golly. I reckon that'll learn you, Hod.
It's not Hod, you crazy fool.
Marshal.
Keep your voice down.
Oh, first, I'm mighty sorry. I put them traps there for Hod Logan so he couldn't sneak into the back of the stable.
Well, get a trap setter and open this thing, will you?
Yes, sir, right away. I got one hid up there by that water barrel. Hey, that's Hod Logan.
Let's get to the horses and ride out of here.
He's up there between the stable and the store.
Be quiet. Here, let me roll over and get my gun clear.
First, and I'll take time to finish with Andy Weed.
Stand where you are, Hod.
What?
You're under arrest. Get your hands up.
Get back to the building.
You haven't got a chance, Hod. Now come on out.
Come and get us, Marshal.
We got to get under cover, Marshal. We're right out here in plain sight.
Then get that setter and open this trap. I can hold them in back of the building. They can't get a shot at me without stepping out into the open.
He's caught in one of them bear traps, boys. Stepped on one of them traps we seen Andy setting this afternoon.
You take one step from behind that building, Hod, and it'll be your last one.
Don't have to take a step, Marshal. Just toss a match is all.
Toss a match? Hey, he's going to set fire to the straw. Oh, you will burn to death, Marshal. I'll try and find something to force that trap open.
No, there's no time for that. Look, that barrel of water there. Run out and tip it over, will you?
Well, that's right by the corner of the building. I can't go out there. There ain't much cover.
Here, take my gun. And go out shooting. It'll keep them off balance. Now, hurry. That fire's going to get close.
I can't, Marshal. They'll kill me.
Look, Andy, they aim to kill you before they leave anyway. Hod wants to get even with you. Now, go on.
I can't. I just can't go out there, Marshal. I can't.
All right, Andy. Just get clear, then. No use of you burning, too.
Oh, no, Oh, it ain't no use, Marshal. I can't do that neither. I can't leave you here. Here, give me your gun, Marshal.
Here. Good luck.
Hey, Sandy, get him, boys.
You dirty cowards!
Andy, dump that barrel over.
I got it, Marshal. I've done it, Marshal. I've done it. I've done just like you told me. And I think maybe I got Hod and one other. The third man got away.
Well, we'll get him, all right. Now go get that trap setter.
I got it. I brought it back with me. I stood right up to him, gun to gun, didn't I, Marshal?
Yeah, you sure did, Andy. Now, hurry it up, will you?
Here.
Well, Andy, you can forget about that Indian story now. I think this one's better. And I'll sure be around to back you up.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman McDonald. Stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking.
Yes, here they come. They're riding fast, they're riding hard. Time for excitement and adventure in the modern West with Bobby Benson and the B-Bar B-Riders. mysterious adventure, The Shadow of a Dead Man. Our adventure for today starts with an ancient train rattling along toward the Big Bend country of Texas. There are many passengers on the train, but our only interest is in one, a little old man who sits all alone listening to the hum of the wheels. But to him, they sing a very special song.
Tex Mason. 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 Mason.
Yes, the drumming of the wheels grinds that name into the old man's ears like a hollow chant as the train rattles on. Tex Mason, the man he's crossed a continent to meet. For a moment, his tired eyes narrow at the thought. And then, as the eerie shriek of the train whistle suddenly blasts into his ears, a new thought is wedded to it.
Kill! Kill!
Yes, riders, death, in the guise of a pleasant-faced old man, is on its way to the B-Bar-B. But on the ranch itself, there isn't the slightest inkling of it. Instead, the thoughts of all of our friends are filled with just one subject, the coming Christmas season.
Oh, golly, fellas. Isn't Christmas time great?
Hey, no, that's not fair, Bobby. If you let your eyes go on and shine that way, you'll make the lights in our Christmas tree seem like nothing.
Oh, quit teasing me, Irish. I can't help it if I'm excited.
Oh, shucks, now you just ignore him, little boss. Why, there ain't a boy been born yet that don't get head up over the thought of Christmas presents.
Oh, I didn't mean just the presents, Wendy. I mean, well, the way folks act. Everybody acts so nice and warm.
I know what you mean, son. Like the Christmas season opens the door and lets the good side of folks shine out.
Yes, that's it. God, I just wish folks would act the same way all year.
Amen to that, Bobby.
Yeah, well, if you ask me, I still think the presents is the best part of Christmas. But I'll tell you one thing, little boss. You ain't never going to find where I hid the present I got for you.
Oh, I wouldn't want to find it, Wendy. It's more fun to be surprised.
Oh. Well, if you did go looking for it, you'd still never find where I hid it.
And just what makes you so sure of that, Mr. Wales?
You want to know what makes me so sure?
Yeah.
Well, if you must know, it's because I forgot where I hid it. Now I can't find it.
Oh, no, Wendy!
Quit laughing, doggone it. This is a predicament I'm in.
Well, if I know you, Wendy, you blunder out of your predicament as easily as you blundered in.
Yeah, but
Christmas or no Christmas, we've still got work to do. Son, how'd you like to ride down to the South 40 with me while I do some fence mending?
Sure thing, Tex. Hey, and we'll take your old along. The run will be doing good. Come on.
All right, then, son. Let's go saddle up and...
Hey. Oh, Timer. You scared me.
Sorry, Sonny. Didn't mean to frighten you. I was just about to knock when you opened the door. I'm looking for someone. Feller named Tex Mason. And that's why I'm here, Mr. Mason. I was told as how you folks might help me.
Golly, are you really going to write an article on Christmas on the ranch?
Well, I'm hoping to. That is, if I can find enough that's interesting.
But what made you pick the B-Bar-B to write about?
Well, I thought it'd be good human interest, you know. What with a boy here and all. Believe me, I'll be mighty obliged if you'll just let me stay here a few days, Mr. Mason, and I'll be glad to pay whatever you...
Put your wallet away, Mr. Say, you haven't told us your name.
Oh, well, the name I write under is Emerson J. Smith, but most folks just call me Smitty.
Well, Smitty, we've a sort of prejudice here on the ranch.
Huh?
We don't like to see price tags hung on hospitality. You're welcome to stay, but only as a guest.
Yes, but I... Well, all right, I won't insist if that's the way you want it.
It's the way. And now suppose we see about getting you settled. Irish.
Yeah, Tex.
Irish, this is Smitty.
Hello.
He'll be staying with us over the holidays, so suppose you see about fixing up a bunk for him.
Well, sure thing. Come on along, Smitty.
Thanks again, Mr. Mason. I sure do appreciate this.
Glad to help.
Oh, golly, Tex. Seems like a nice old fellow, doesn't he?
Uh-huh.
And imagine an article all about the VRV. It's an exciting text. Tex?
Hmm? Oh, I'm sorry, son. I'm afraid I didn't hear you.
Golly, Tex. What are you worrying about now?
Well, I'm not worrying, son. Not exactly. I'm just a little skeptical about our friend Smitty's story. Oh, well, never mind. Smitty's our guest. We'll try to make him welcome.
But at that very moment, in the bunkhouse where he lies stretched out on a cot, the strange old man is not concerned with his welcome at the B-Bar-B. His mind is on the past, on that day almost 10 years ago, when he received the news that has haunted and driven him ever since. The news of the manner of his son's death.
That's the story, Mr. Smith. Your son and this Tex Mason was in a spot where only one of them could come out of it alive. Mason's the one that lived. Your son's the one that died. Mason lived. Your son died. Mason lived. Your son died.
And now, at last I've found you, Mason. Now it's my turn.
Yes, hurry now, Mr. Smitty. Being a writer like you are, I just knowed you'd be a-dying to hear some of my reminiscences about the old days in the West.
Well, actually, Windy, my interest
Yes, sir. I tell you, I got
No.
such a good memory that, well, shucks, I can even remember things that never happened.
I was-
No, I remember back in the old days being Buffalo
Windy,
Bill.
what I've been trying to tell you is that I'm not interested in writing about the old West. I'm more interested in the West of today.
Oh, well, that's Well, now, that's just the way all of us modern Westerners feel about it. Now, you take me, for example.
Oh,
Why,
now,
I'm so modern.
Windy.
Well, Smitty, you all set?
Set for what, Mr. Mason?
What, for the... Hey, wait a minute. Wendy, didn't you tell him?
My goodness, I guess I sort of forgot what I come in for, Tex. And you got to talking there, and well, you know how it is.
Yes, Wendy, I know.
What is this all about, Mason?
I sent Wendy in to ask if you want to ride along with us. You see, this is the day that we get to play Santa Claus.
Yeah, for some Mexican families in the region.
It's gotten to be a custom on the ranch, Smitty. Each year we get together some food and gifts and take them down to them. If we didn't, I'm afraid they wouldn't have much of a Christmas.
And it salves your own conscience, huh, Mason? Huh?
That's a strange remark.
Huh? Oh, sorry, Mr. Mason. I guess it did sound sort of funny, but you see, it's just a sort of standing gag back home. Nothing personal, meant you. You say you're ready to leave now?
Just about. Just a few more things to load on the buckboard.
Well, then, go right ahead. I'll be right with you. I wouldn't miss this for anything. No, sirree, not for anything.
But please, senor, I cannot accept, Senor Mason. Already you have done so much for my family. How can we...
We won't even listen to any argument, Juan. Come on, boys, load him down so he's too busy to talk.
All right,
Senor Mason, we can't...
Here's something for your kids. Here.
Por amigos, I
That's
cannot...
a present for your wife. And to make their food for your Christmas dinner.
Oh, Senor Mason, how can we accept this? Already we are in your debt.
You're not in debt to anyone, Juan. Except maybe St. Nick. Save your thanks for him.
Senor, bless you, amigos. Bless you.
A Merry Christmas to you, Juan. All right, boys, that's the last call. Let's head for home. Not too fast with that buckboard, Juan. Well, Smitty, getting the kind of material you wanted?
Yeah. What do you think of our Christmas and the big band?
Well, I have to admit I'm impressed, but...
Hey, what, Smitty?
Oh, nothing. Nothing, Irish. I just... Hey.
Bloody B, what's that?
Oh, my gosh, the little boss! He's been pitched off the buckboard!
But he's just lying there. He's been hurt.
Come on, boys, we've got to get to Bobby, and hurry!
Hey, is he all right?
I don't know yet. Bobby.
Son, can you hear me?
Oh, thanks.
Oh, go on, he's coming too.
Easy, son.
You had a bad fall.
I remember now. Horses started acting up.
I know, son. We saw it. They must have been frightened or something.
They were. I saw it just before I fell. It was a rattler, Tex. It was over there on the... Tex, look out. He's still alive.
Golly gee. Oh, God. That rattler was heading straight for us. It was all set to strike. Why, you shot its head clean off. Doggone, Smitty. Where'd you learn to shoot like that?
Yeah, Smitty, I didn't even know you had a gun.
I've had one a good many years. Carried it for just this reason. I've been waiting for the day I could kill a snake.
Huh?
Golly, sure.
I bought it in a town up north, Mason. One you might know, on the edge of the desert. A town called Crow Flat.
Crow Flat? But it's Smitty. Look, Smitty, wait. What do you mean by that? Smitty!
Doggone, he just rid off. There he goes.
Howdy be, Tex. What does all that mean? What's this about Crow Flat?
Nothing, Irish.
Yeah, but you asked
I said
like
it's nothing. Crow Flat is just a town. Something happened there once that... Well, I'd almost forgotten. When Smitty mentioned the name of the town, it brought it back.
Yeah, but what happened?
I'd rather not talk about it, son. Just forget it. Now let's head back to the ranch.
Irish. Oh, golly, Irish, I'm worried.
About Tex?
Golly, he's acting so strange. Ever since we got back, he's locked himself up in his office like a prisoner.
Yeah, it's strange, all right. And Smitty's acting mighty queer, too.
Smitty? Have you seen him?
Well, sure, didn't you know? He's right here. He was stretched out in his cot in the bunkhouse when we got back. But he won't say so much as a word.
Gee whiz. What can it all mean?
Well, I don't
Fellas!
know, but...
Hey, fellas, come on. Come on out to the corral.
Is it, Wendy? Trouble?
Trouble? Shucks, no. Why should there be? No, it's just that we're going to have ourselves a song pass.
A what?
A song pass. You know, it's getting dark, so we're all going to build us a fire and sit around it and sing. A song pass.
Oh, I'm sorry. I should have known.
Well, shucks, Irish. Everybody can't be as clever as me. But come on, we're counting on you to start things rolling, little boss.
Oh, golly, Wendy, I can't. Not
Oh, come on, little boss. You gotta. Please. Pretty please with Tabasco on it.
All right, Wendy. I'll come.
Don't be stepping on his head, Wendy, for the love of Mike.
Well, little boss, what about it? What you gonna start us off with?
God, I don't know, Wendy. I feel like...
Oh, come on, Bobby. There's nothing you can do anyhow. Maybe a song will cheer you up.
Hey, I know. Matter of fact, there ain't but one song to start off the Christmas party with. How about Jingle Bells?
That's a good one. That's a good one.
All right, fellas. If you'll join in with me.
Well, then what are we waiting on? Haul out the guitar there, Waco. Let's get it rolling here.
Oh, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh.
It's all fun, little boss. I'll bet you could even call Chloe back.
Hey, it's nice singing, Bobby.
Thanks, Irish. Irish.
Huh?
Irish. I think I just saw someone heading for the ranch house.
Yeah, but Bobby...
Hey, Irish, how about you now? Of course, you ain't got a melodious voice like me, but how about doing a song?
Go ahead. You go ahead and sing while I go and to text and make sure everything's okay.
Yeah, but...
Oh, come on, Irish. This ain't no time to get bashful now. Come on. Waco, strike it up there.
Softly, so as not to disturb the happy riders gathered about the bonfire, Bobby Benson slips away and slowly makes his way toward the tiny light that flickers out of Tex's office. In his ears, his mind, is a strange blending of the happy Christmas spirit with an odd premonition of fear. He can still hear Iris sing as he makes his way to the door of Tex's office. But with the opening of that door, he enters an entirely different world.
Tex! Oh, golly, Tex.
Inside, Bobby! And no noise.
Smitty! Smitty, that gun, put it down.
Not until I've done what I came here for. All right, Mason, what about it? You were just about to answer me. Is the story I heard true?
Tex, what's he talking about? What story?
Story of how Smitty's son died.
Son?
That's right. My son.
What's that got to do with Tex?
Well, Mason, you want to tell him?
Smitty heard that years ago his son and I were out prospecting in the desert up near Crow Flats. But we got ourselves in a spot where we knew that only one of us could live. He heard that I got out. I left his son to die.
But it isn't true. Tell him it isn't. Tex!
That's what I'm here to find out. It's taken me near 10 years since then to find Mason. Now I want to know if the story is true.
And if it is?
If it is, Mason, I'm going to kill you. You're going to pay with your own life for that of my son. Well, Mason, what about it? Do you deny the story?
No, Smitty. The story you heard is true.
Out by the corral of the B-Bar-B, around the flickering campfire, are gathered most of our friends. They're singing, they're happy with that warm joy which comes once each year at the Christmas season. And inside the ranch house, Bobby Benson and his foreman, Tex Mason, face death.
You admit it, Mason. You admit it?
No, Smitty, please. Put down the gun.
Get out of my way, Bobby. I don't want to hurt you, but I'm
No,
not...
I won't let you kill Tex. I won't. At least let him explain.
What is there to explain? He admits the story is true. He left my son to die.
Must be a reason. Tex, please. Tell him, Tex, please.
For a moment, the foreman of the B-Bar-B doesn't speak. He sits passively, almost disinterested, as death stares him in the face. And then at last, he begins the story.
Actually, there isn't much to tell, except a few details. It was almost 10 years ago. Your son, Dave, and I had been out on a prospecting trip. We both were pretty young, not too much experience. So we got ourselves into a spot. Bad spot. We'd traveled a long way from civilization, way out into the desert. By the end of the fourth day, our water was pretty low. But we weren't worried. We had a map showing a water hole just ahead.
There it is, Tex, just like the map said. And you were worried. Come on, we're gonna... Tex.
It was empty. The water hole was where the map showed, but it was dry. But even then, it needn't have been too bad. We could have made it back. But we didn't.
We can't go back, Tex, not when we've come this far. And the next water hole's only a day away. Let's head for it, Tex. Come on, be a sport.
So we went on. And taking the chance, I was as much to blame as Dave. We went on and on. Not one day, it took two. By the time we reached the water hole, our emergency canteens were near empty. We both hoarded our water that last day. We were nearly out from exhaustion and thirst. But we reached it at last. Reached it and found...
No. It's empty too, Tex. It's empty too.
For a long time, the two of us sat at the edge of the dried-up water hole without saying a word. For the first time, we knew what we faced. We knew what little chance a man had in the desert without water. And we knew the water we had left was not enough for two.
Let's face it, Tex. If we go together, it only means we'll both die. But if one of us had all the water, he might make it out.
Why should we both die?
It wasn't a nice choice. The life of one to pay for the life of the other. But the alternative was death for both.
It's the only way out, Tex. The toss of a coin. In the morning, the winner takes the water and strikes out one way. The loser tries for the next water hole. Come on, toss it, Tex. Flip the coin. I take heads, Tex. Well, which is it?
Which was it, Tex? Well, tell us.
It was tails, son. I'd won.
So, you took the water and left my son.
He left me, Smitty. During the night, he slipped away. There was nothing I could do but try to make my way out. And I did.
Gosh.
You mean he deliberately went off knowing he'd die? Left you the water and took off so you couldn't stop him?
He was a brave man, Smitty. You can be proud he was your son.
A braver son than his father. He had the courage to give his life so you could live. And me, all I could think of was my own loss and how I could get even.
I can't blame you, Smitty.
I can. I was a fool. Coming here to kill you. I'm just thankful I was stopped in time. Excuse me, will you, Mason? It's getting kind of smoky or something in here, and I'd better get me outside, get some fresh air.
Golly, thank goodness you told him the story. But golly, why didn't you tell him before? Ted, why are you looking at me that way? The story was true, wasn't it?
No, son.
But you did win, didn't you?
Yes, that part was true. And Dave did take off during the night. But you see, he took the water with him.
You mean, cheated on you?
That's why I didn't tell the old man before, son. I managed to find my way out of the desert somehow, even without the water. Dave didn't make it, even with the water. When I knew he was dead, I couldn't hurt the old man even more by letting him know his son died a coward.
What a chance you took. He might have killed you.
It was worth the chance. Come on, son, let's head outside. Seems to me I heard some of the boys singing before. Let's join them.
And so ends another adventure with the B. Bobby Riders. And don't forget you can follow the further adventures of Bobby Benson in the Bobby Benson comic book. Featured today, Bobby Benson, Bob Haig, Wendy Wales, Don Knott, Gilbert Mack, Vincent Hayworth Jr., Frank Milano, and Harka. The B. Bobby Riders is produced by Herbert Rice, directed by Bob Novak. Script was by Jim Sheehan. Original music composed and conducted by John Gart. Special guitar effects by Tommy Lucas. This is Cactus Carl Warren speaking, and saying for the whole gang,
Your part, Bobby Benson.
Tex Mason,
Irish, the one and only Wendy Wales.
and Harka. Yes, the whole gang on the B-Bar-B wish you a very
Merry Christmas!
This program came from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
There's something loose on that mountaintop that's bigger than any man I've ever seen. And stronger. Before I leave, I intend to find out what it is. Have Gun. Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of the man called Paladin.
You will not change your mind, Mr. Paladin? You still go?
I'm afraid so, hey, boy. Oh, by the way, send a dozen long-stemmed roses to Miss Julie Parker. And regrets.
Oh, do not go there, Mr. Paladin. Please.
Why not? Why does this trip bother you so much?
Oh, I read a newspaper. Monster at Moon Ridge. Lady bewitched by apparition. Oh, please, do not go there, Mr. Paladin.
I've already been hired and accepted. I'm leaving right away.
Oh, then, let me. Please?
Well, what have you got in that jar?
Please? Yeah, dragon tooth powder.
Dragon tooth?
One here. One here. Keep you from harm. Dragon's tooth powder, very powerful protection.
Your new country has a better formula for destroying superstition, hey, boy. Equal parts of reason and daylight. But I thank you for the friendship behind the thought.
Oh, then you go. You see Mr. Vito Bella?
That's right, Vito Bella, Bowtown, California. Even if you've had embarrassing dandruff for years, you can get rid of it now in 3 minutes. That's all it takes with Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Yes, unsightly dandruff's gone in 3 minutes with Fitch, quickest, easiest of all leading shampoos. What's more, using Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away. Just apply in the unique Fitch manner. Before you wet hair, rub in 1 minute. This way, Fitch shampoo penetrates right down to the scalp. Next, add water. Lather 1 minute to wash every trace of dandruff out of your hair. Then rinse 1 minute. All that loosened dandruff goes down the drain. In 3 minutes, with Fitch, 1 rubbing, 1 lathering, 1 rinsing, dandruff's gone. At the same time, gentle Fitch can leave your hair up to 35% brighter. To get rid of dandruff problems forever, brighten hair too, use Fitch regularly. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today, only 59 cents. The Indians have a name for the high mountain lands back of Placerville. They call it Shadow Ground. Indians have a way of seeing things in the shape of a piece of land that no white man can see, so they always bypass it. Like the thunder that boiled up against the peaks and rolled down. But then the Indians had little use for gold and silver, and the white men did. And the white men built their town where a teepee village might have been, close to the top of Moon Ridge. It was after dark, and the sky was heavily overcast when I pulled up in front of the sheriff's office in Bowtown.
Hold it right there.
What? I'm looking for the sheriff.
That's me. Who are you?
My name is Paladin.
Riding in at night with a black horse and black trail clothes. I'm surprised you didn't get your head shot off.
Well, do you have to hold that gun on me?
Come on in.
Who's he, Dan?
He's a hobgoblin, ain't you heard?
Oh, yeah, very smart.
This is Jake Kelly, Mr. Paladin. He carries silver bullets in his gun.
Really?
Claims something grabbed him on top of Moon Ridge one night. Oh, sit down. I'll pour you some coffee.
Thanks.
Where are you from, Mr. Paladin?
San Francisco.
Oh, that's a long way.
Are you the fellow Vito said he was in for? About Emily?
He wants to know what's bothering her. I'm going to try to find out.
Well, I'll tell you what's wrong with Emily. She's hexed, that's what. And you know I'm talking true, Dan. If you'd ever ride up there and see her yourself.
Sheriff's got to stay around town. Now, you know that.
Oh, yeah. You ain't set foot out since the time your posse got scattered.
That was a little accident. Yeah. Few horses run away and folks build it into something big. There ain't nothing up there.
Oh, Miss Paladin, I was as far from it as I am from you. And I seen it. Half man, half bear. Yeah, and footprints this long. Human at one end, claws at the other.
Well, guess I'll have to see them, too.
Boy, don't believe me. All right. When you get to that Bella place, you ask Emily Bella what carried her off, Yeah, but no, don't ask Dan here, no, yeah. He's sheriff. And if he admitted there was something up there, he'd have to go on out after it.
Get out of here, Jake. Now go on.
Yeah.
Crazy old coot. Sheriff, is there anything valuable up there? Minerals, grazing lands, any reason for someone to scare people away? No. Formation ain't right for gold or silver. Indians didn't want it. Said it was full of spirits. You know, a short time ago, I was feeling superior to a Chinese friend of mine when he sprinkled dust on my coat. I forgot that he came by his superstitions honestly, that he learned them from the cradle. I can't find the same excuse for you, Sheriff. Oh, I ain't superstitious. Why the mistletoe above your door? Oh, yeah. Forgot it from Christmas, I guess. There's an old belief that it wards off evil spirits. All right, Paladin. The Bella place is north out of town. The last house on the way to Moon Ridge country.
What makes the different sound and sound difference that you hear on this station? It's the teamwork between the CBS radio network and its affiliated stations. This teamwork combines the far-flung resources of CBS News with local programming that helps you know your neighbors and neighborhood. Your listening post on your town, your nation, and the world is this station backed by CBS Radio. Don't settle for less.
The Bella place was run down and listless, with a small light gleaming in the window, and the figure of a woman seated on the porch steps, a young woman, dark, plain, no shoes or stockings, long hair, and the most vacantly staring eyes I have ever seen. Good evening. Miss Emily Bella?
Dark.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Bella?
Yes?
My name is Paladin.
Oh. Mr. Paladin. Come in. Oh. Memento, please. Emily. No, you promised you'd tell Papa when you stepped outside. Remember? It's cold here. And when a visitor comes, a big girl says what, huh?
How do you do?
Ah.
How do you do, Emily?
Very good. Now you come in the house with us, huh? Emily, you can go to your room. A dozen years ago, there was, in this valley, an epidemic. Took my wife, almost my daughter.
I'm sorry.
Afterwards, Emily's body grew, but her mind... she remains a child. Wine?
Please. Yeah. Well, this epidemic, what was it?
Oh, we don't know. No doctors here. There was a young boy who was affected the same way. People treat him like an animal. They call him names. They kick him until his mother, she took him away. I saw I have to leave, too. Bring Emily here, far from a town. The land here it's no good, but we manage.
Those dolls are hers?
See, she is of an age where toys are pleasant.
She's fortunate to have you as a father.
I think she's fortunate in other ways. Maybe you don't know what I mean, huh?
Perhaps I do. There's nothing shocking, ugly about remaining a child. It's the best age of all. Their world is wonderful, mysterious, half real, half make-believe. The world you and I live in, Mr. Bella, is not always as pleasant.
I think you're a wise man, Mr. Paladin. We drink. Salute.
Salute. The newspaper said Emily was this way because of shock, some unusual experience.
A spell cast by the monster of a moon ridge.
Since that story is untrue, why do you want to pay me $200, Mr. Bella?
Your telegram said $500.
You haven't answered my question.
Mr. Paladin, there is something on Moon Ridge. It took Emily away from me for a week, and she wishes to go back to it. I don't want to lose my daughter.
Go on.
For that week, I search for her. I find her prints and other prints which I will not describe because...
Half bear, half man?
You have heard, huh? Now, she will not tell me, even her father, what kept her there. But she was not harmed.
She wishes to return to this thing? Oh.
Yes. She has tried twice to run away.
Then I think it's time you let your daughter go back to Moon Ridge, Mr. Bella.
What?
The three of us will leave first thing in the morning. The morning was dark and foreboding with the threat of rain in the air. Low clouds hung over the peaks and in the valleys, twisting the trees into gnarled shapes and making the rocks grotesque and sudden to come upon. All very unreal. But the track we came across on the top of Moon Ridge late that afternoon was real enough.
Half a man, half a bear, huh?
Maybe.
Emily? No, Mr. Paladin, be honest with me, please. What make this print?
I don't know, Mr. Bella.
No, it's going to be dark less than an hour. Hey, what is that?
I'd say it was a bear.
Emily! Emily, come back! Paladin, she's going down the canyon.
You follow with the horses. I'll try to catch her. The canyon walls were steep and rocky, and it made the climb down them treacherous. By the time I was standing on the floor of the canyon, darkness was coming overhead. I walked toward what I thought might be the head of the canyon, only to find a wall of granite blocking my way. But no Emily. No sign of Bella. No way out. But something watching me. Something old, bent in tattered clothing, witch-like in the quick look I had, then gone suddenly. You come back here. All right. I know whoever you are. Listen to this carefully. I have a gun. I'm not going to be frightened away. Are you there? Can you hear me? I warn you that I'm going to... When I regained consciousness, I was inside an old mine shaft, a chain on my leg, minus guns. A very real-looking bear was chained across from me. There, in the dim light filtering back from the opening of the mine shaft, I saw something moving slowly toward me. Something which seemed only half human. Something old and horrible. I waited there, quiet, as the thing came closer. What do you want with me?
Leave while you can.
She had dropped a small sledgehammer before she turned and left. It took me the rest of the night to pound out the connecting pin so that I could remove the shackles from my leg. Outside it was morning, bright and clear. What? Bella! Over here!
Oh, I've been riding all night. You seen Emily?
No.
Here, I found your gun and a belt, Paladin.
Oh. Thank you very much.
I didn't know what to do. I half expected to find your body.
Now, let me ask you something, Bella. Has anyone ever been hurt in Moon Ridge country here? Actually physically injured?
No.
Only frightened?
Yes.
I've been frightened, too, but I'm not hurt. Bella.
Hmm?
I think I know where Emily is.
Where?
I would say up there.
Huh?
Beyond that cliff that backs the canyon.
The cliff?
Possibly a meadow behind there.
Oh. The trail would be worse than in Sicily. It would frighten a bad rider.
And with a little clever discouragement, even a good rider. Come on.
Now there's a luxury car that fits regular parking spaces and ordinary garages that's easy to handle in traffic. It's America's compact luxury car, the Ambassador by Rambler. Now, medium-priced car buyers can have the room, comfort, luxury, and performance they expect in a fine car, but without excessive length, width, and bulk. If other medium-priced cars have sized and priced you out of the market, then you owe it to yourself to test our best. American Motors' finest, the luxuriously compact Ambassador. Note the quality construction and careful attention to detail. Enjoy the most favorable power-to-weight ratio on the medium-priced field with Ambassador's 270-horsepower V8 engine. Try luxury features like individually adjustable front seats that glide back and forth separately. 5 minutes at the wheel of an Ambassador will change your ideas about luxury cars. Test our best, the Ambassador V8 by Rambler. Finest car ever priced so close to the lowest. See, drive the luxurious Ambassador, now at Rambler dealers.
It was a steep trail, but a worthwhile one to follow because at the end of it, there was a meadow brilliant in the high sunlight, and there was a house with a fireplace and smoke coming from a chimney. Not very mysterious at all.
Hey, someone living up here.
Very comfortably, I'd say.
Hey, Paladin, look there, across the meadow. Emily, my Emily.
Wait.
No, wait for what? She may be hurt.
Does she sound like she's in trouble, Bella? Look, there's a boy with her.
Ah.
Do you recognize him?
Maybe. It could be Maria's boy, the one I told you who was afflicted like Emily?
Yes, the mother and son, the ones they ran out of town.
Yes. I think it's time that we visit her, huh?
There's no need.
Maria?
Yes, I watched you two climb the trail up there. You have no respect for witches.
But I have a great deal of respect for a clever woman.
So, where else could I take my son? I had no money. I had to find a place where people wouldn't ridicule him.
Mr. Bella suffered from the same things.
Yes, and once we were old friends, Maria. You should have had faith in me.
Well, I should have sent her away the first time she wandered up here, but it's just so good to see children happy together.
The soil is good up here?
Better than below.
Hmm?
More sun and more water. Why talk of it?
Why not?
Because there's always a man somewhere who won't scare off, like this one.
I'm sorry.
Materialize an apparition on a broomstick in front of him, and he'll ask it to sweep the floor. The monster footprints I made, half mine, half a bear's, they meant nothing. I've run out of tricks. I've moved before. We can do it again.
Why move?
See, why move, huh? If I lived here, there would be no man-bear track, no cave to put foolish men in and then release him to run frightened, shouting foolish things. I think since I am a man, there would be a gun in my hand, and friends would be welcome, others would not.
If a man has something to say, he comes right out and says it.
Yes, well, Maria, I think perhaps I like your land.
And I think I'll be going. I'll expect $200 to be placed in my San Francisco account, Mr. Bella. And I suspect that you got more than you bargained for.
But you will get what you bargained for, Mr. Paladin, 500.
You have to ride through town, I suppose, and talk to the sheriff?
No. Ignorant and prejudiced people like to be deceived, and they deserve it when they are. Why confuse them with the truth?
Oh, Mr. Paladin, you back safe all in one piece.
I'm glad to be back, hey boy.
Was it bad?
Oh, bad for people who believe in witchcraft. Any messages for me?
Oh, yes, sir. Many messages. Let me see. Lady send note and say you call on her when you come back.
Uh-huh.
Another lady send servant over and tell you not to call on her when you get back.
What else?
Is all.
Well, in that case, tell me the name of the lady over there, hey boy.
Oh, yes, sir. It's Miss Romero from Spain.
Uh-huh.
Very new in this country.
Thank you. Miss Romero?
Why, yes.
My name is Paladin. May I be of service to you?
Service, senor?
Si. It is the custom for a gentleman to offer his services to a lady in this land.
Oh? What kind of services?
Any kind the lady wishes. Dining in fine restaurants, the theater, the opera. Perhaps a carriage ride to historical points of the city. Your heart names it.
I like these customs, senor. But isn't such a relationship fraught with possibilities?
Oh, it is, senorita. All kinds of possibilities. Shall we begin with the possibility of dinner this evening? Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed by Norman McDonald and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Gene Roddenberry and adapted for radio by John Dawson. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Virginia Christine, Jess Kirkpatrick, and Gene Bates. Hugh Douglas speaking. Join us again next week for Have Gun, Will Travel.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, The Red Death. It was a long ride to make, even for a friend like Kit Cavanaugh. South from the cool rolling hills of the Bar 20 to the Mesa country, from a land marked with place names like Peep Site and Deadwood, to the Alkali Desert still carrying the stamp of the Spaniards, to the Arena de la Muerte, the Desert of Death, to Alta Mesa and to the Rio Hundiendo, the mysterious stream which suddenly vanishes underneath the ground.
Well, California?
Well, Hoppy?
That's it ahead.
That's what ahead?
The Rio Hundiendo.
The
disappearing river. It drops under the ground right there and never shows up again.
Consarn nasty of her, considering the country to the south. 120 miles of the gall-blameless, dry, buzzard-infested stretch of desert this side of Haiti.
How do you feel?
Sore feet, sore seat, and a powerful thirst.
Well, we'll be down at Kit's Ranch in a day or two.
If we ain't buzzard bait by then, which way you reckon we're going to push them cattle of his?
Right up through the desert past here.
I knew it. It's times like this when I know I should have retired 10 years ago. If I'd had the brains of a jackass,
Now, don't underrate yourself. You're smarter than any jackass I ever knew.
Well, there's a nice
And it won't be much of a trek pushing 500 head up the arena.
All right, Hoppy. Just do me one favor. You ride back in the Dragon, keep an eye out for straggling dogies. If you see one flatten its face in that alkali dust, just handle it gentle. Of course, it will be me.
Come on. Let's get down to the stream and fill up our canteen. It'll be dark in a few minutes. We can cool off down there and hit the desert after sundown.
What's that?
Shots over there. Come on. No use, California. He's gone.
Did you get a look at his horse?
Too dark.
Oh, that critter was fast as a streak. Hey, what you picking up there in the trail?
Oh, nothing. Where'd the shots come from?
Down there by the stream.
Come on, let's take a look.
Probably someone potting at a jackrabbit.
Yeah? Then why'd he ride off like a posse with that thing?
Well, that's a good question.
Wait, hold it.
Huh?
Look. Leaning against that rock over there, next to the water.
You're right. It weren't a jackrabbit.
Come on. Well, I'll be...
Hoppy. A man.
Yeah, but look at him.
Red. He's red as a beet. His clothes, his face, everything.
Yeah, and he's not only red, he's dead.
It's 2 days now since the shots and the fleeing horsemen led Hoppy and California to their amazing discovery at the edge of the Rio Hundiendo, the body of a man colored a brilliant red from head to foot. Meanwhile, at the ranch house of Kid Cavanaugh...
You know something, kid? I don't think you're being very smart.
Why not?
Well, you'll never get anywhere with this outfit. You know that.
I'm driving 500 ahead north in a couple of days, Cantrell. That's nothing to sneeze at. Besides, there's something else.
What's that?
You haven't told me why you want to buy me out.
What do you mean? I just finished telling you. Even if you are short of water, you've got some good grazing here. With my water, I can build this up to 1,000 head. Besides, I need the right of way.
Now, look, I've only been here a couple of years, but I think I know what's going on around here. A dozen ranches and one miserable town all squeezing out every drop of water there is. This country won't support one more beef critter than is here already. So don't you tell me you could put 500 head more on this place if you bought it.
I offered you a fair price, didn't I?
Yeah, too fair. If you'd made it a couple thousand less, I might have thought you were on the square.
Okay, kid. For now.
For now?
Yeah. Never can tell. Something might happen to change your mind.
What?
Kid,
What is it, Martha?
I don't know. Something's wrong.
Huh?
The cattle out by the corral, they act like they're sick or something.
Sick?
You see what I mean, kid?
No. No, I don't.
Well, just think it over, will you? By the way, your friend Cassidy's in town. I just saw him heading for the sheriff's office.
Now, take it easy, gents. If you think I'm going to swallow a crazy yarn about a blood-red corpse...
But that's just what it was, Sheriff.
We done buried him there, right by the river. Marked the grave with a heap of rocks.
Red? His clothes, his hands, his face, everything. We'd have packed him down here, but we were loaded up already, and with 100 miles of desert to cross.
Yeah, but red. A dead man that's red ain't...
What's that, Sheriff?
Oh, this here's Doc Galloway. I sent for him when you told me about this.
Hello, Hoppy.
Howdy, Doc.
Doc, what'd you say if I told you these gents run across a red corpse?
Red?
Yeah.
Where?
Rio Hondiendo, right where she disappears.
Near the water?
That's right.
It can't be. The Red Death.
The what?
The Red Death. It swept through this section years ago. Sort of a legend now, but it does have a basis of truth.
What are you talking about?
The springs, the water holes all through here suddenly turned red, became poisonous. Killed humans, horses, everything. Like the plague. Probably a bacteria, some kind of germ that suddenly increased beyond all reason and...
Oh, this wasn't anything like that, Doc. This man died from something else entirely.
44 Irish. Sudden concentration of lead in the sacroiliac.
He was shot. We got a glimpse of the killer as he rode off.
Well, I'll send a deputy up after the corpus delicti, and maybe we'll know more about this red business. Reckon we'll be able to find the grave if you marked it, like you say.
Hoppy.
Kid, how are you, boy?
Well, I'm okay, I hope. California.
Kid?
You don't know how glad I am you're here.
Well, I'll be...
No, wait a minute, Doc. I want to see you, too. I want you to come out to my ranch, if you can.
What's wrong?
I don't know. A bunch of my cattle suddenly took sick like they were poisoned or something.
Poisoned?
Yeah. And a funny thing, that spring of mine, the water's running red. What do you make of it, Doc?
I don't know, Kit.
Come on, Doc, tell me.
Please, Doc.
Well, I'm afraid they are poison.
I knew it.
Martha, please.
I can't help it, Kit. It almost seems like something's working against me.
Look, dear, it's not going to help
I
any...
know it. I guess I'm just a coward or a quitter or something. It's just that it's happened this way every time. We build a lot of hopes. We start out telling ourselves that this time we'll lick
Martha.
it. What's the world got against us, Kit?
Martha, you don't know how you're making me feel.
Not your fault, Doc.
I sold you this ranch.
You couldn't know about this.
I know that, but... Look, let me do this, will you?
What?
I'm all alone. I have no family. I've got plenty to get by on. What if we just forget there ever was a deal?
You mean you...
Doc.
Let me test the water first. We'll make sure before we go any further. If it's what I think it is, I'm willing to call it off. You know the old saying, satisfaction guaranteed or your money back?
I don't know what to say, Doc.
Well, then, don't say it.
I'll say this much. I don't do business that way. If I took on a load of poisoned water with this ranch, I'm stuck with it.
Kit.
I'm sorry, Martha.
Here comes Cantrell.
Yeah. Brace yourselves, everyone.
What's the verdict, Doc? Red plague?
If it is, you'll know soon enough, Cantrell.
Yeah?
When it hit this country last time, it took every ranch in the district.
Funny thing, Doc. I'm not worried at all. And Kit.
Yeah?
The offer's still good if you want to sell out. Only the price has changed. It goes down $1,000 a day until you make up your mind.
Maybe you'd better get out of here, Cantrell.
Sure, Doc. But just remember that, Kit. $1,000 a day. Hoppy.
Yeah?
Would it hurt too much for you to wise me up as to the goings on? Where we headed?
Ah, there it is.
Sure is. What?
The Navajo Saloon. Finest drink emporium in Alta Mesa.
You going in on another sarsaparilla binge?
I want to talk to the proprietor. He's an old friend of mine.
For a teetotaler, you know more bartenders than any man living. Sometimes I got my doubts.
His name's Eustace. Eustace Culpepper. And if he ran for president, I'd vote for him. Well, here we are. After you, California.
Thank you, Mr. Cassidy.
Well, Bill Cassidy.
Eustace.
Bill, her name's Hopalong.
He knew me when my name was Bill California. California Carlson, meet Eustace Culpepper.
Howdy.
Hi. I'll be with you in a shake, Bill.
Sure, go ahead.
Now, Fred, what?
Sit down, California. Oh, excuse me, stranger. Not at all.
Hoppy, what's this got to do with them poison steers?
Shh, not here. You new in town, stranger? Just coming through. My name's Cassidy. This is California Carlson. I'm Mike Reardon.
Howdy.
Just passing through, you say? That's right. You in the cattle business, Reardon? Nope. I see.
Quiet in here, ain't it?
I like it quiet.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Bill, or Hopalong it is now, huh? It was Bill when I knew him up north.
Now, Eustace.
Oh, them were the days, eh, Hopalong? Let me tell you, he was a tiger at a church social.
Eustace ran the drugstore up north when I was a kid.
Well, is that so? Look here, sis. Maybe you and me could...
Oh, no, you don't, California. Tell me, Eustace, what did you do with your equipment when you gave up the drugstore and took to bartending?
Oh, still got her. Stashed away in the barn out back.
You remember anything about the drug business?
Sure do. No, I went into patent medicine for a while. Put out the slickest concoction you ever laid a tonsil on. Tasted wonderful. Wouldn't cure nothing, but I sold gallons of it.
You're just the fellow I'm looking for. California. You sit here with Mr. Reardon while Eustace and I take a trip out to the barn.
Well, just let her set till she clears up.
You sure you're right?
Why not?
Well, you haven't run a test like this for 30 years.
The equipment's rusty, but I ain't.
I hope not. This is pretty important.
Where'd you get this?
Down to Kit Kavanaugh's spring. His stock turned up sick this morning.
What makes you think 'twas...
I don't think anything yet. That's why I got you to drag out this equipment.
Yeah. It's funny, ain't it? That pink color.
Yeah. How's it look now?
Well, might be able to... Yeah. Hold the lantern up so I can look through it.
There you are. What about it?
You're right about that water, Bill.
What's in it?
Arsenic. That answer your question?
That answers the little one.
What's the big one?
What's a dead man colored red from top to toe sitting by a stream 120 miles from here got to do with a batch of sick cows on Kit Kavanaugh's ranch?
Well, now, that's quite a question.
Indeed it is, Eustace. Indeed it is.
It's late in the evening, and Hoppy and California returned from Alta Mesa to Kit Kavanaugh's ranch at the edge of the desert.
Hoppy.
Yeah, Kit?
Do me a favor, will you? Stop pacing the floor.
Second the motion. I'm getting nervous.
I'm sorry. This thing is beginning to get me.
It's simple enough. I bought myself a spring full of poison water.
It's not that simple.
Why not? This isn't the first arsenic well around here.
I'll bet it's the first one turned arsenic overnight. No, there's more to it than that.
Cantrell's still willing to buy.
You sell to him and I'll break your neck.
You're a little late.
Huh? You mean you...
No, I didn't sign anything, not yet. But every day I wait costs me $1,000.
What did you tell him?
Said I'd be willing to talk business in the morning.
Now, wait a minute. You listen to me, kid.
I'm through listening to anyone. Whose ranch is it? Yours? Who's gone broke if the cattle die? You?
Kid.
Oh, Sorry, Hoppy. I guess I'm falling to pieces, what with Martha and all to think about.
Sure, I know. But there's something more to it. Something none of us know about. Look, the ranch goes sour. Spring runs poison. Said, look at Cantrell, willing to buy. And at a pretty good price, too. and Doc ready to give you back your money and take title for the spread. Does that make sense? No. I can't help feeling all of us has got something to do with that dead man we found up north.
Oh, but doggone, Hoppy, how can that have
I
anything?
don't know. Call it a hunch if you want.
Everybody's getting jumpy around here. Now, take that deadhead feller we sat with back at Eustace Culpepper Saloon.
What was that, California?
That feller we sat with.
What did you call him?
Deadhead.
Why deadhead?
Oh, well, that's about the only thing he'd tell me. Don't know his business or nothing, but when I asked him how he got to Alta Mesa, he said something about he deadheaded in on the stage.
You're sure he said that?
Yeah, but what...
That's it. I knew there was a connection between that man at Disappearing River and this thing here.
What do you figure?
I'm going down to the hotel. He's probably staying there. I want to talk to that bird right now.
Sorry, Mr. Riordan just checked out, and I don't know where he went.
Could he leave town?
I run the hotel here, not the transportation business. Now, I don't mind telling you I'm busy.
Yeah, sure.
Henry?
Yeah, Eustace?
Never get up to heaven that way, Henry.
What is it, Eustace?
Oh, Henry's straying a mite from the gospel. He knows he hustled Mr. Riordan out the back door of this flea bag not a half hour ago.
Eustace, so help me.
Henry, I seen it with my own eyes. He rode off toward Lazy Sea Ranch with Steve Cantrell.
Thanks, Eustace.
Eustace Culpepper, I ought to...
Now, you never busted your word to Cantrell, Henry. I mean, for that $5 you slipped you to shut up.
Wait.
After all, 'twas me that told Cassidy.
I don't like this, Cantrell. I'm not used to being shanghaied.
No bad feelings, Redden. Just wanted a little private talk, that's all. I know why you're here, and I think I can help you. That is, if you play along with me.
Go on, Cantrell.
I can deliver what you want tomorrow morning. At a price, of course. There's only one thing.
What's that?
When are you planning to make this thing public?
Tomorrow. I'm going to call a meeting of the cattlemen.
Suppose you were to hold off till I get this little thing of mine straightened out.
Can't do that.
I'm afraid you'll have to.
What kind of a remark is that, Cantrell?
Call it a threat if you want to. You're riding up to my ranch tonight, and you're going to stay there until the... Wait a minute.
Go on, Cantrell. I'm interested, too.
Cassidy.
Go ahead. Reach for your gun.
Okay.
Better trot home to the Lazy Sea and soak your hand. We'll be seeing you at the cattlemen's meeting tomorrow, Cantrell.
Maybe sooner than that, Cassidy. The man talks tough.
You'll get over it. Now, what about you?
All right, what about me?
Don't you think you'd better tell me why you're here?
Sure. At the meeting tomorrow night.
You already gave yourself away, Reardon. When you told my partner you deadheaded into Alta Mesa on the stagecoach. Only a railroad man would say that.
All right, so I'm a railroad man.
And the only reason I can see for a railroad man to be in Alta Mesa right now is to lay out the location for a railroad across the Arena de la Muerte. To maybe link up with the line on the west end.
You're a pretty good guesser.
I try to be. So when you start thinking railroad, you automatically start looking around for something Alta Mesa hasn't got. In quantity, at least.
Water.
That's right.
Okay, Cassidy, you win. It is a railroad, and it is water. We sent a man here weeks ago to look the place over. Last we heard from him, he said he'd worked out a brilliant idea to find it for us.
Then what?
Nothing. He dropped out of sight.
I think I know where you'll find him.
Yeah?
In the back room of the sheriff's office. Stretched out on a table, covered from head to foot with red dye and pretty dead.
You mean?
Yeah. California and I found him 2 nights ago, 120 miles north of here at the edge of the Rio Andrendio. You know, Reardon, that's something else we ought to take up at the cattlemen's meeting.
Hiya, Cantrell.
Hi, Doc. Good to see you.
All right. May I have your attention, please? You've already been told that the railroad I represent is planning a line across the Arena del Muerte to link up with the other side. I don't need to go into what that'll mean to this section. Here at the edge of the desert, a town will spring up that'll grow into one of the big cattle shipping centers of the Southwest.
But all of our thinking up to now has run up against a stone wall. The one thing that keeps this section down, the thing that limits the number of cattle you can raise, the thing that keeps this town down to a crossroads, is water.
That's right. We just didn't know about that.
Every drop of water available here now is being used. We'll need 100 times as much if we're to think about running the railroad through here or building the town to go with it.
How you going to do that? Get water where there ain't none.
Now, let me draw a diagram on the blackboard here. Here's a triangle. At the point of it, at the top, is the spot where the Rio Andiendo disappears into the earth, 120 miles north of here.
Well, what good's that doing us?
If we could tap that river under the ground, we'd have all the water we need and more besides.
Gone. What do you think of that?
Now, along the bottom line of the triangle is the Alta Mesa country right here with its dozen or so ranches, all existing on the seeps that come to the surface. The engineer we sent here a few weeks ago figured one of those seeps might connect with the river itself under the desert. If we could find which one, it'd be simple to develop it, to drill down and tap the main stream. But which one of the seeps?
Well, there's a whopping lot of them.
So our engineer figured out a simple plan. He rode north to the point where the river disappears and poured red dye into it for 3 days. Sure enough, day before yesterday, the spring at one of the ranches here ran red. The Kit Cavanaugh Ranch out at the edge of the mesa.
Kid.
What, honey? Our ranch.
Oh, Kid.
Mr. Cavanaugh now holds the development of this section in his hands. And I hope we'll be able to work with him in following it through. Just a minute, please. Just a minute. There's one thing more. Mr. Reardon left it to me to mention that the railroad engineer isn't with us tonight to see how his plan succeeded. Because someone in this room who had an eye on the money that water'd bring here murdered the engineer and left his body up there by the Rio Andiendo.
Hey, right here.
I think we can find out who that is.
Well,
His horse dropped the shoe on the trail up there right after the killing. He rode him over 120 miles of desert trail on a bare hoof. The left hind one. Everyone will keep his seat while my partner checks the horses at the tie rack outside. If the horse isn't there, we'll all stay right here while the ranchers are searched till we find him.
Let me out of here.
Hey, you got a gun.
Put down that gun, you.
Doc. Doc Galloway. Gosh, Hoppy, I don't know how to thank you for all you...
Oh, forget it, kid. Let's think about those cattle we're going to start north tomorrow.
Oh, that's not. Doggone it, Hoppy, you sure pulled the rabbit out of the hat with that horseshoe. I was wondering what you picked up back there at the Rio.
Yeah? You know, seeing old Eustace Culpepper reminded me of something I learned when I was a kid, and my mother made me go to Sunday school. Something in the Bible that says, the guilty flee when no man pursueth.
How come?
Well, you saw that horseshoe, didn't you, California?
No. Why?
That thing I picked up on the trail had been there since 49. And besides, it never belonged to a horse anyway. It belonged to a mule.
Hoppy and California are hitting the trail homeward again, and after this little adventure, the Bar 20 is going to be a welcome sight. Hope you enjoyed this friendly visit, and that you'll remember to tune in next time these two fighting cowboys get involved in another thrilling escapade. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Red Death was written by Harold Swanton. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Back up there. Come on. Come on. Back up there, you wall-eyed chunk of spavined crowbait. Now. Yeah, hold on. Hold. Yeah, come on. Now, stand there easy before I take a notion to stand you with a club.
My. You're just a natural-born horseman, ain't you, Yates?
Yeah, horses. All right, do squaw chores in the barracks and turn off this blasted stable duty. Now, hold still there.
How'd you ever happen to join up in the cavalry anyhow?
'Cause you ride every place, that's what they told me. Sure you ride. Time a man gets through babying up his horse, he's too old, fired, tired to walk.
Well, maybe you just ain't doing it right.
Currying him the way the sergeant said, now, ain't I? Curry him right down the ground and then clean up their hooves. All right, stand still there, you miserable. Clean up their hooves. Ain't nobody taking care of my feet in this army.
Why, there's no call for it, Yates. You ride every place.
Yeah, sure, I ride, and then I ride back. And I got the calluses to prove it. You know, if I was... Hey. Look over there at Joby.
Joby Turler?
Yeah.
Oh, he's just talking to his horse again.
Well, he's all the time doing that. He must be about half horse himself.
Oh, Joby's all right.
Hey, Joby, what are you telling her? The one about the Indian princess and the corporal?
Oh, I'm sorry, Yates. I guess I wasn't listening.
Well, then, how about loaning me a chaw of tobacco?
I can't. I'm clean out.
You sure got out mighty fast. I seen you with a plug of Red Mule in your hand.
That ain't mine. What I mean is, it ain't for me.
And who is it for?
Well, it's for the mare. It's Belle's.
What?
She's used to it, Yates. She always gets a chaw after her morning feed. And I only just got enough to last her until payday.
A horse. Getting her daily chaw pretty as you please with me going without.
Well, you know, it's good for her, Yates. It keeps her cleaned out real good. Besides, I'm going without, too. I got none for myself.
Just what kind of man are you, Joby? Doing more for a horse than you do for the human race.
I'm sorry, Yates.
It's no wonder you ain't got a friend in the company.
I don't need no friends. Only time I got 'em's when they want some tobacco.
Oh, go on, keep your tobacco. Save it for that jughead of yours.
Lay off him, Yates.
Hey, what you gonna do when they shoot her, Joby?
What?
First time old Doc gets a good look at her, that's what's gonna happen. You've been long overdue for a remount, Joby.
Ain't no vet gonna take Belle. Me and her staying together.
He already got his eye on her. If she was trotting lame yesterday, I'm afraid I seen her myself.
You shut up, Yates, you hear? You shut your mouth. I'll kill anybody tries to take her.
Hoo-wee. Ain't you frightened now? Injuns hear you talking that way, they all gonna vamoose to Kennedy.
Come on, Yates. Let's go water the mounts.
What if Captain Quince tells you to get rid of her, Joby? You gonna kill him, too?
He's not gonna tell me.
Now, old Doc, he only makes a report. It's a captain puts out the list. Hey, Joby, what you gonna do if Captain Quince puts you on a remount order?
Yates, Yates, there ain't nobody gonna take Belle away.
a routine patrol, and in a way it's not. Yeah. Hand me that map there behind you, Sergeant.
Yes, sir. This one, Captain?
Yeah. Yeah, roll it out there on the table. All right. That's good. Let's see now.
Sure a lot of empty spaces on it.
One of them is where we're going. Yeah, right in here.
Broken Plains country.
We'll move northwest out of Laramie as far as the Great Bow Bend, then due west till we pick up the East Fork of the Platte, wherever that is. Nobody's got around to mapping it yet.
We taking a surveyor, Captain?
No, not this time. All right, we'll follow the Platte south to about here, then swing back in. The route will depend on what we find.
Well, at least we won't find trouble. Not a tribe within miles of there.
No. Not now.
I don't follow you, Captain.
Well, Dove clan is getting restless. They could be fixing to break treaty. If they do, Fort Fetterman can't hold them. They'll come right through the Broken Plains to join up with Limpin' Fox and his Cheyenne and the Black Hills. We might be campaigning in that country before the summer's over, Gorse.
Yes, sir.
Well, this is reconnaissance. Water holes, nature of the terrain, so on. I'm taking Lieutenant Seiberts, you, Corporal Dittman, and whatever troopers you've picked.
Oh, I got the list right here, Captain.
Oh, good. We'll move out at dawn. I'm figuring about 6 days.
You can't do it, sir. You just can't do it.
You come to attention, soldier.
I did.
Just what are you doing in the orderly room, soldier?
Private Joby Turler, I want to talk to the captain.
How long you been in the Army, Turley?
Sergeant, it's my third hitch.
Hadn't anybody ever told you how to request an audience with the commanding officer?
Permission of the first sergeant.
All right. Then why did you come busting in here this way?
Well, there wasn't time, Sergeant. I got to talk to the captain right away. I just got to.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, is Private Turler requesting an audience?
It sort of seems that way, sir.
Then it's granted. Eddie, you, soldier.
Yes, sir.
Turler. Second platoon, around 10 years service, all in cavalry.
That's right, sir.
I've always wondered about that first name of yours, Joby.
Well, that's scriptural, Captain. It's really Job.
I see. Well, what was it you had to see me about, Turler?
Yes, sir. The remount order, sir. The list just been posted. I'm on it, Captain.
That so?
Well, you just can't do it. Me and her, we've been together since I first come with the second. And Belle, she ain't just another mount. She's a lot more than that. Well, she is to me. I mean,
wait a minute. Am I to take it your horse has just been cashiered?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bella Shannon. She's on the order, sir.
Have you got that vet's report handy, Sergeant?
Here you are, sir.
Bella Shannon, Chestnut Mare, Stall 84, Breeder, Port Riley Remount Service, fold in. You know how old that horse is, Turler?
Well, she ain't old at all, sir.
She's 11.
Well, but some horses is different from others, Captain. You ought to see her on the march. She's friskier than a young colt.
The report says she was lame on parade this week.
Oh, that wasn't nothing but a stone bruise, Captain Quince. Yes, sir. A little rock worked up in the frog. I took it right out. She's as good as ever, sir. There ain't nothing wrong with her legs. No, sir, not at all, sir.
Well, she's 11 years old.
Oh, but Captain, Captain, you can't send her away.
All right, Turler. Understand I'm not promising anything, but I'll take her off the order for the present. And I'll consider the matter further.
Thank you, Captain.
That's all, Turler.
Oh, yes, sir. Sir? Thank you.
I had him on that list to go with us, Captain.
No, that's fine.
But if he's going to
How does he get along with the other men, Sergeant?
Keeps to himself mostly. He does his job all right.
I see.
May I say something, Captain?
Go ahead.
know how you feel, sir, but you gotta do it. That horse is 11 years old and she's showing lame. What's there to consider?
Nothing much. Just how to go about cutting out a man's heart without hurting him too bad.
Hey, Creel.
Yeah?
You ever been in Africa?
Sure, I've been in Africa. Been every place there is to be. What do you want to know about it?
How hot's it get over there?
Oh, 120 maybe. More in some parts.
Well, then I'm right. It's just what I figured.
What's what you figured?
We done gone and taken a wrong turn back there somewhere. We are in Africa, Creel.
Last night in camp, he was bellyaching about the cold.
And there you are. Freezes you to death at night, burns you up in the daytime. Boy, it can't puzzle me out what the government wants with a country like this.
Well, ain't you heard the news, Yates?
What news?
The devil's getting overcrowded. He's aiming to put in an annex out here.
That's so. Well, he can... Oh, here comes Captain. Captain?
Yeah? What is it?
Well, sir, me and Creel was just saying, Captain, this is sure a mighty poor country to fight over.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
And it ain't the friendliest place we've been, sir.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about that, soldier. For the next few years, you got a home in the Army.
Yes, sir.
Captain Quince.
What is it, Mr. Sybert?
We got some trouble at the rear of the column, sir.
Oh? Patrol! Halt! Come on, Gorse.
Yes, sir.
What kind of trouble, Mr. Sybert?
Private Turler's mount starting to show lame, Captain.
I see.
I reckon it don't amount to nothing, sir. It may be at their stone bruise again.
Well, let's take a look. Oh, easy, girl, easy.
She was favoring that left foreleg, Captain.
Yeah, I see. It's hot, fevered. And it's starting to fill.
It's a pulled tendon, Captain. There's no question about it.
Well, Captain, sir, it ain't so bad I can wrap that.
No, I agree with Sergeant Gorse. It's a tendon, no doubt of it. Mr. Sybert.
Yes, sir.
How do we stand?
Well, steady on the pace, sir. We're an hour and a half from tonight's bivouac, an hour and a half from sundown.
I see. Corporal.
Yes, sir.
Corporal, you were out in the point earlier. What's around us here?
Mostly open, a little rolling, a few cutbacks. General Falls to the south, with water course there to the west.
Yeah, how far?
Oh, about 20 minutes, sir. 30 maybe, with a lame horse.
Water and forage?
Yes, sir, plenty. No steady flow, but a lot of pools. There's a high bank on the far side and a heavy sweetgrass all along the stream bed.
Yeah, thank you, Corporal. That's all.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Syberts, we'll bear west and bivouac at the watercourse.
Right, sir.
All right, Sergeant. Move them at a walk.
Yes, sir.
See, I can plaster that leg with mud tonight, Captain. She'll be all right in the morning.
Well, we'll see.
I'm sorry, sir.
So am I, soldier.
At the walk. Ho!
Mind if I join you, Captain?
Oh, sit down, Mr. Syberts.
It's a fine night, isn't it, sir?
Yeah. About as perfect as they come.
Cool, peaceful, clear as a bell. It's funny when you think about it.
What is it?
Well, the way things work out. This country we're in, 5 days now we haven't seen another soul. And chances are, the next time we come through, we'll have to fight our way.
Maybe not. Sioux may stand by their treaty.
I hope so.
So do I, Mr. Sabbits. For all our sakes.
I know what you mean, sir. I didn't when I first came out from the point.
We all start green, Mr. Sabbits.
I suppose.
Beg pardon, Captain.
Yes, Sergeant?
Sir, what are we going to do about that horse at Turler's?
Why, you know what we're going to do, Gores.
When, sir?
I figured first thing in the morning, we'll shift the loads and give him one of the pack horses.
Does he know you're aiming to destroy her?
Well, he ought to. He's had 10 years in the cavalry.
Well, I don't think he does, sir.
Oh?
He's had her down there at the end of the pool ever since we unsaddled, putting mud on her leg, walking her, standing her in the water. He keeps talking to her, Captain.
What is it you're trying to tell me, Gorse?
In the morning, sir, before we shoot that horse, we better take Joby's rifle and sidearm.
All right, Gorse. I'll talk to him. I guess I've been putting it off all evening, and
Indians!
They're up there along the edge of the bluff. Sergeant, form the men.
Right, sir.
Deploy as skirmishers, find cover, and dig in. Fire at will.
Stand by for the moment, Syberts.
Yes, sir.
Corporal! Yes, sir. Get those horses under cover. Up against the bank, under that overhang. Right, sir. Check the men's positions, Mr. Syberts. Have them lay their fire along the edge of that bluff. It's the only target they'll have.
Yes, sir.
And put 2 men at the north end of the pool. It's brushy. They could slip in on us.
Right, sir. You think they're Sioux?
What's the difference? They're shooting at us. Carry on, Mr. Syberts.
Yeah. Pretty near dawn, Yates. Another half hour it will be.
That's when they're going to hit us, too. Right after dawn. That's how they always do.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Yeah, waiting up there right now, all along the edge of that bank, just waiting for dawn. And we're going to get it good.
What do you figure the captain's going to do, Yates?
I don't know. What do you think he can do? They got us pinned down good and they know it. And so does he. And now they just wait. Ooh-wee. I seen that flash trail. You know, I could get me one right there if the captain let us fire back.
Yeah, says we gotta save ammunition.
What for? They ain't gonna give us time to use it up.
Them's the orders.
Well, you know I had me a belly full of orders in this army.
An hour from now, you might have a belly full of bullets.
You know where I'm gonna put my first shot when they hit us? Right in the back of Joby Turler's head.
Yeah. Always knew you was brave.
Well, it's him got us in this fix. Him and that crowbait horse ahead.
Well, it'll be the captain that gets us out, if anybody does. Wonder what him and the sergeant's doing over there.
Well, I know what I'd be doing. If I had anything to do it with, I'd be getting myself blind drunk.
Let's see his face, Gorse.
Yes, sir. Black circle painted there on his forehead. They're on the warpath, all right.
Yeah. Yellow bars across the cheeks, white dot on the chin, red line over the bridge of the nose. They're Dove Clan. At least we know who we're up against.
Well, it's always nice to know, sir.
Yep. Now, let's get back to cover. It's almost light enough they can see us.
Yes, sir.
Captain, sir?
Yeah? What is it, Turler?
Captain, I heard the men talking. They're saying I'm to blame for all this.
Who's your commanding officer, Turler?
Huh? Well, you are, sir.
Who do you get your orders from?
From you, Captain.
Who ordered you to camp here last night?
Well, you did.
Then who's to blame?
Well, yes, but...
Forget it, Turler. We've got a fight coming up.
Yes, sir. Been praying in my mind all night.
Yeah, I know. Come on, Gorse. All right, hold it here. I figured about 20 of them. No more than 25.
They wouldn't even try to stand against us, Captain, if we was up there on the flat.
Yeah, but we're not. We've no way of getting there. They got us pinned down tight.
A mounted charge?
Well, we'd have to mount in the open. Maybe 3 or 4 of us would get in the saddle.
The way we stand, it's only a matter of time, sir.
Not much time at that. As long as they hold the top of that bank,
they got another one of our horses.
Yeah, no, if that was...
That was Bell.
Here, stay down, Turler.
That's Bella Shannon.
Hey, get back to cover! Crazy fool.
Let him go, sir.
We need every man we've got. Stay here, Sergeant. I'm going after him.
Watch yourself, sir.
The shotters. The shotters have got no call to do that.
Now, she's as much army as we are.
No reason for 'em shooting a horse.
Here, Joby. You can borrow my pistol.
The pistol, sir? What for?
I didn't figure you'd want to use your own.
I can't, sir.
She's in pain, Joby.
No.
Some things a man's got no choice about in this world. Now, if you don't, then I'll have to.
All right, Captain.
Here you are.
Yeah. Well, thank you, sir. Now, Bell.
Joby?
Yeah, I know, sir. Oh. They didn't have no call to do that.
I'll take my pistol now, Joby.
They didn't gain nothing by that. They didn't gain nothing at all.
Joby.
Dirty killer.
Here, come back here.
Dirty murder.
Joby, come back here. Joby!
You all right, Captain?
Joby's out of his mind.
Well, he's going straight up the slope. You can't keep missing him, sir.
Well, they're not. He's been hit twice already.
Captain, they're up in the open, all along the skyline. He's got him worried.
Yeah, have the men give him some cover, Sergeant.
Right, sir. As skirmishers, fire!
Mr. Syverts, have them lay their fire along the ridge. They got targets on the skyline now.
Lay your fire.
In the name of heaven, what's keeping him on his feet, sir?
A heart, Sergeant. Crazy or not, that's a man up there.
Look, Captain, they're going to break. They're leaving the ridge.
Yeah, you're right. Come on, Gorse. He's still on his feet, and he's right at the ridge.
What is it, sir? What's happening?
That stunt was just insane enough to panic them, Mr. Syberts. They must think it's a trick. They're breaking, pulling back from the ridge. We got a chance now. We're going up.
never understand it, sir.
Understand what, Mr. Syberts?
How he did it. 13 bullet wounds, and he still got all the way to the top.
Well, I guess something takes hold of a man at times like that.
But of all the least likely people, mild, meek little Joby Turler.
Meek or not, everybody's got at least one thing he'll live for. Or die for.
But you'll have to admit, sir, it's usually something more than just a horse.
How would you feel, Mr. Syberts, if the one and only friend you'd ever had in this world was lying helpless at your feet? The only thing that you could do for him was to put a bullet in his brain.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Les Crutchfield, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Lawrence Dobkin, Jack Crucian, Tim Graham, and Barney Phillips.
Company, attention! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. You're not branded as a careless driver only because you zoom at 60 along a crowded highway or because you fail to heed a stoplight or stop sign. You're a bad driver, a careless driver, when your car is standing stock still at the curb, if it's parked in a no parking zone, if it's too close to a fire hydrant, or if it's double parked. Are you a reckless driver even when your car is standing still? Remember, it's kid stuff to try to get away with something.